darkness is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been... I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Oh, fuck that shit. What's happening? What's happening? TGIF, y'all. TGIF. Let me tell you, it has been a long fucking week. A really long week. So anyhow, I was supposed to be on here a little bit ago, but then I got a phone call and I had to take that. And then as soon as I got done, of course, something else came up and I'm like, oh, man, all right. So then I had to stop and wait. But okay, so now let's get to it because I'm a little bit late here. Okay, so look, anybody that knows or has listened, the JonBenet Ramsey case is like why I even got interested way back when in true crime, like way back then. So her case was like, something that I have followed for a long time. And in my opinion, I do not think that Gary is the guy. I don't think that that's who murdered her. Yeah. Confession or not, there's the evidence proves it's not him. Let's just say, like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let's see here. Unsolved mystery. Gary Olivia was cleared by DNA back in 2000. Yeah, and so I don't know why he continues to keep on with this bullshit other than for attention and, his name being on court TV and in the papers and, that kind of shit. Because otherwise, I mean, people already, I don't know. Like I said, in my opinion, it was definitely not him. But he continues to, he's obsessed with her and he's in, like, isn't he currently in prison right now for child porn? I'm pretty sure. He's been ruled out twice. Yeah, it's the same old bullshit, recycled bullshit that we already know. We already know better. So it's just really a big waste of fucking time. And I don't know. I wish we could find out. Like, I wish it would be solved, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. Honestly, I really just don't. And in my opinion, that's Patsy's handwriting. The ransom letter was done in Patsy's handwriting. I don't know. I don't know. I followed that Lou Smith for a long time and like forums and stuff, but what do y'all think? You guys think that he's this Gary Olivia or whatever? You think he's JonBenet's killer? I mean, I say no, but I know some people probably say yes. I guess I probably could do a poll on it, but I think I dropped the link in it. Oh, yeah, it's pinned. So, yeah, anybody that wants to come up is welcome to. I normally put open panel, but this time I really didn't have a lot of room. So I didn't write it because I assume you guys already know it's just an open panel. Thank you, Gone Girl, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, love. Thank you so much. Is there anybody that knows about the JonBenet Ramsey case? Does anybody else follow it? I can tell you right now. We'll pull this up real quick. You guys, TGIF, what y'all gonna do this weekend? Oh, and the docket, the channel I was talking about, the docket, they are going to be live later. Looks like 5:30 tonight, my time. Newly released details from the tragic day of Chad Heuermann, the one that shot his 3 boys. They're going to do a piece on that. So if you're interested in it, you guys should check them out. The docket is a really good channel. Well, hello, Grandma Sherry.
Hi, baby.
How are you, love?
I'm tired. I got kind of a cold.
You're a little bit low. Your sound's a little bit low, unless it's just me. Let me check. Could just be my volume. Oh, yeah, it's me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my volume's down. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's cool. Is that better?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was just me, baby. That's all.
Oh, okay, cool, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, I've been following the JonBenet Ramsey thing for a while,
Yeah.
and I've seen all the conspiracies, and everybody thought Burke did it, and because he'd hit her with that golf club before.
Oh, see, I hadn't
Remember?
heard that. I heard the flashlight. The flashlight that was on the table.
Yeah, prior to Christmas night or whatever. He had actually hit her with a golf club before that. So everybody's going, it's Burke, and then he did the Dr. Phil interview, which was weird.
Yeah, it was very weird, but he has Asperger's, doesn't he? And
That,
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure he does. I know Patsy always said he didn't, but I'm pretty sure he does. And I think he was just extremely nervous.
yeah, yeah. That's what it seemed like to me.
Hey,
But
Heels. How are you, love?
Hey,
hey, Heels.
yeah, hey,
So the whole handwriting analysis thing that Patsy wrote the letter,
I swear she
um,
did.
I think so too, because out of all the samples that they took and the wording, how they liked movies, and she kept doing like movie quotes in there and stuff. Um, it just seems okay, and this is my theory. Okay.
Well, that's why I feel like it's Burke, because why else would she write that ransom note other than to save her son? And why
Well,
else would they hide behind lawyers so much? And why else would they let him take off and leave? And you know what I mean? I don't know. I just feel like it is him to a point.
well, here's the thing. Okay. Um, I think they thought it was Burke initially, because remember the 911 call
Yeah.
before she actually hung up, and what, we're not talking to you, and what have you done?
What did she do? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think initially they thought it was Burke, and that's why she did the note, trying to make it, seem like it was somebody else outside the family. But since the autopsy and all of the things that have come back, it doesn't exactly point to Burke. And I don't think he did it. I think it was somebody. And if I had a guess, I would say that Santa Claus guy.
oh my God, did you say that?
Everybody says the same.
Oh my God, I, Grandma,
I said that, yeah.
oh my God.
My opinion, allegedly.
You're not the only one that says that. You know what I
I
mean?
know, but
There's a lot of people who think that. There's a lot of people who think Burke. I mean, it's just.
yeah, but I want to hear why you think it's Santa.
Is that Bill McReynolds, right? They're asking Santa, Bill McReynolds.
That sounds good. I don't know his name. The guy with the glitter thing from JonBenet was like totally obsessed.
Yes, he
And
was. Yeah.
and he's passed, God rest his soul. But I really think that there was somebody outside the family that did this. Yeah.
Yeah, he was cleared early on. Well, no one was really cleared, but he had a lot of physical. He was older and had a lot of physical stuff. But yeah, they didn't look at him
Right.
very long because of what he would have had to do, to get in and get out. And
Yeah.
I followed the case super close, like from day 3. Like some people follow some of these cases where you're on it every single day and all the side stories and all the suspects and all that.
Yeah.
And Santa was kind of out of it.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Really early. But the reason I laughed and the reason Queen went, oh my God, we were just talking about it earlier.
Oh, really?
And yeah, because I said
Yes, and
Kind
she's
of,
like, the Santa Claus guy. I was like, oh my God. And then you said it. I was like, oh
yeah,
shit.
No,
because
no, no.
I said I stopped watching for like or paying attention after about 10 years. And uh, Trisha, the woman from Web Sleuths, she had taken over Web Sleuths, so I jumped on there and was reading about JonBenet. And the first thing I saw was Santa Claus, and I jumped back off because 10 years, 9 years was past Santa Claus. Anyway, that's why we were laughing. Is I just thought they have a ways to catch up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I met one of the psychic detectives that went out there, John Edwards.
Uh huh. Oh, I
Yeah.
remember him.
Yeah, yeah. He was on some sort of show. Anyway, I met him and all of those guys were like totally wrong um about all the things. And I don't know, it's just it's just a perfect setup to be like a police cover up, like some sort of, wealthy guy paying off people and that the grand jury said, "Yes, let's indict him." And then the DA goes, "Nah."
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I think
And
it was a cover up for,
yeah,
but for what? We know that the grand jury, after years, that finally came out, indicted him, or voted to indict.
right.
And then Alex Hunter. I mean, he was always very suspect from the beginning. The way he was, you know, like he would blame the police for not following up on leads, and then he would call and personally give leads to Lou Smith, which made no sense. You would give the leads to the police, not Lou Smith. But it was very apparent Alex Hunter was covering stuff. And there was a lot of money being thrown around. I mean, all of those people were high powered,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, it's true.
Yeah. And the Ramsey's not really giving they had to give the DNA evidence. They had to give that.
Right.
But the interviews didn't go on for months.
Yeah, and why talk to the press before you talk to police?
Yeah. Wasn't that first interview was just,
Like 5 months later in May.
and too bad we couldn't watch it over and over again like we can now. But I remember watching it thinking, did that just happen? What was it, 2 days after it happened? They're on national television. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like their little interview with,
Yeah, I thought that was in May.
oh, it wasn't even like it was right after it happened.
Really?
No, their interviews, yeah, with the police. But I'm talking about
Oh, oh, oh.
the
Yeah.
television interview where they came out and she said, I did not kill my child. And she's sitting beside
Mhm.
John.
Right.
It was like maybe 5 minutes.
Oh,
And it
okay.
was bizarre.
Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
the whole thing is bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this guy right here, they had tested it. He was in prison in Oregon for another crime on a child. So they already had his DNA. Boulder already had his DNA from that. Like they didn't have to um, take his DNA from him because they already had it and it didn't match. So
Mhm.
they knew that a long time ago. So I don't know why this is even coming up again.
Well, confessed. New
Well, he
confession.
confessed 2 years ago in letters. He's not confessing now.
Right.
Yeah, and if you look at his letters, they don't look anything like the ransom note.
Yeah, that makes the sense. But I don't think that the person who actually did that to John Bonet would have taken 20 or 30 minutes to sit down, use their stationery and their pen to write some fakakta ransom letter, you know?
Well, right.
That's why I think that the letter was actually Patsy trying to cover for Burke.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I thought
But
you said you thought it was somebody outside of the home.
no, I think that they originally thought it was Burke because, they had sibling rivalry and Burke had hit her with a golf club before. And, people coming up with the thing of, maybe John Bonet got pineapple and he didn't, and he took the flashlight and hit her over the head, and they tried to cover it up, and Patsy wrote the letter, and that conspiracy theory, but
Right.
I don't think that's very plausible because of the garage.
Well, but if someone outside did it, Patsy wouldn't have written the note.
Right, exactly. But they thought that Burke did it.
Right. Yeah. I still think he could have done it. The garage, I mean, it wasn't like a professional, like they always say, a professional garage. It was like the rope was real thin. It wasn't like rope.
Yeah,
They
and they
explained it way back then. It could have been the same that you use for sailing, like the kind of knots they make.
right.
Like, I don't
And
know.
it
That was Lou Smith's whole thing.
and it was her paintbrush that they used.
It was.
Yeah,
It was.
so
And she had red fibers. And it was funny. They found red fibers from the jacket she was wearing that day.
Mhm.
And they said they found it on the paintbrush, like intertwined with the brush. And so in another interview later, and the detective told her that, and she couldn't explain it. Then in an interview later, she said, well, it's probably because when John brought her upstairs, I laid on her and I was hugging her, so my fibers probably they didn't say it got on her. They said it was in the paintbrush,
Oh,
so she tried to explain it, but it's
yeah.
not what they said. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the whole she was wearing the same clothes as the night before
2
when they
days.
went to the party.
Yep.
And she was in full makeup, people are saying she didn't go to sleep that night.
Right. Yeah. I think it was an accident, but because the back of her head she was done. Once she got hit on the back of her head, she was done. But
Mhm.
they didn't know that because there was no blood. There was no indication. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like
Yeah, because
she was,
it was a subdermal hematoma. It was inside of her brain.
well, yeah. And that crack was what, 6 inches?
Yeah.
And it had that round that's why we always thought it was the flashlight, because of that kind of round indentation or, break.
Right.
So what would they do then? They're like, what the hell? Whatever accident happened, I don't know why the garrote happened, like why the overkill
Mhm.
happened. But to me, because Patsy was so dramatic about everything, it kind of would seem like something she would do to cover it up. But why would two people stay together as long as they did? If John thought it was Patsy or Patsy thought it was John, only if they thought it was Burke would they stay together.
Mhm. Yeah.
But I either thought it was Patsy, and I still am torn between, but I don't think it was anybody from outside.
Okay.
There's no evidence of, that's just my opinion. But I just thought it was funny. I didn't mean to be. The Santa Claus thing is just funny to me because I don't know. It's what a lot of people think. You're not the only one. But it's usually if you didn't follow the case really closely from the very beginning, then that's what a lot of people think.
Yeah.
I mean, we had everybody from, how all the side stories, like we knew everything about the housekeeper, who,
Oh yeah.
her relatives and her friends and everything that was said and everything she said and everything that, every single show that came on television, every single article that was written, we knew about it. And then was it his wife that wrote the children's story that sounded just like what happened? I think it was his wife that wrote that story, and that made people think even more that they were involved.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Yeah, it's a tangled thing, and I don't think we're gonna get anything really new out of it, considering that I guess they don't want to redo the DNA because it's so little.
Yeah, there's so little of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want, if they just because they keep throwing, that's the thing with John. He keeps wanting to throw all these different people, to test their DNA. Well, this guy's already been tested. But
Right.
it's like, why do you want to use it up? Like, if it's a good suspect, like John Mark Carr, we knew it wasn't John Mark Carr, but they tested him and, and that's what cleared him. But to me, it seems like they would have done more investigation around him before using that DNA because it is so important, when you have a really good suspect. So it just seems to me, why is John wanting to use it all up?
Right. Yeah. Well, some DNA was from the manufacturing facility of her clothes. Right. Evidently, they don't wash their clothes before they put them on after they buy them.
No, because she took that pair of panties that, and you probably know this, but the pair of panties JonBenet was wearing came straight from a package that hadn't been washed. The package was still there, and they were meant for, I think, they were meant for someone else. They were going to be a Christmas present, I think, but they were too big for her, and they had the wrong day of the week on them. Like, they'll say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it had the wrong day of the week, and they were too big for her. So they were saying it could have been someone that handled the panties at the manufacturer. I don't think they ever said it was definitively from that, but people, theorize it might be.
Yeah. Patsy died. She died of cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's not with us anymore.
No. And I despised that woman for so long, but then, if Bert did it and she died, it had to either, no matter what, it had to be agonizing to either know that he did it and wonder if he would ever be, caught or confess or whatever, or thinking there was an intruder that did it, honestly thinking that, and dying without ever knowing.
Yeah, and the whole crime
way.
scene, the whole home, because honestly, they came in and they said, okay, fine, it was a kidnapping. We got this note. So they send that one female cop in, and then she kept saying, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? For her backup. But then the Ramseys, took Burke over somewhere so he didn't have to see it, and then had all their friends come over, and everybody's trampling all over the house, for something to do. And then John finds JonBenet and carries her upstairs, and has already taken off the tape, and all. So there were so many things that were just
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, right from the jump.
Yeah. Well, and I think the reason they looked at the parents early on, but you're right. And then Steve, I can't remember his last name, the detective, came into it, like I think a couple of days later, but it was Christmas night. It's amazing. I don't remember this. It was Christmas Eve or Christmas night. And they were working with the skeleton crew, the police department.
Right.
So that's why they had so few cops there. But yeah, John went with Fleet White down to the basement the first time, and they looked around, and John actually turned that light on in that room in the wine cellar, and then turned it back off and closed the door. Or it was Fleet White. One of them did, and they didn't see her on the floor. And then John starts calling for to get his private plane ready, and he's making plans on the phone, and it's just weird. And then she says, why don't you take a look again around the house? And that's when he goes back downstairs, goes right to the room, turns the light on, and finds her. And then he took the tape, I think, downstairs, took the tape off of her, and then brought her upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people were. But they called their friends right away. I think Fleet White and Priscilla White, I think was his wife's name. I think they were there before the police got there.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, weird.
Yeah. So
it's just
but
weird.
I think they looked at them so fast because of the ransom note, her pad being found, that it came from. There was practice notes in the pad, like someone had practiced and then tore it out.
Yeah.
And then that Maglite flashlight that was sitting up there were no fingerprints, not on the flashlight and not on the batteries inside the flashlight. None.
Yeah. So they could have had from what they got home about 10 o'clock the night before.
Yep.
So they could have had from 10 o'clock on. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
Is anybody else on panel?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, just us.
Oh, just us? Okay. All righty.
Just us.
Yeah.
I was looking at these pictures of her. Let's see. Well, and he's a convicted child, you know, but it's saying he had a Pinterest full, a pedophile. He had a Pinterest full of JonBenet Ramsey photos, and you know what I mean? Just like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
fucking weirdos. People are just weird, you know. They just
Well, and you know, people give false confessions all the time. You know, for whatever reason, you know, the police get people calling up saying, I did it, and then they don't have the right facts or, you know, what happened and all the details that the cops hide from the media. So
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at his letters, and they don't look at all like that handwriting either.
yeah.
no, they don't.
So
Here's his
2023.
Pinterest account.
Okay, number one, it's weird that a dude has a Pinterest account. But
Right.
I didn't hear that about Pinterest. He actually had JonBenet, or was it just JonBenet? I didn't read that.
The Pinterest account belonging to Gary Olivia had a folder dedicated to JonBenet Ramsey and another folder titled Children.
And one that's mostly cats.
See, that's why they shouldn't be allowed to be on. I mean, he sexually assaulted a 7-year-old child and went to prison for it. Gets out. He shouldn't be able to use the internet, but they can. You can't take that away from him.
Wow.
Yeah, that's.
Mm-mm.
I don't know. I got words. And unlike the last dude who confessed, this man confessed for the first time on 12/27/96, and he actually does know about the crime scene.
No.
The last guy was a fame-seeking putz.
Yeah, that is wrong. The 12/27/96. Erin Moriarty did an interview with Michael, the guy that's talking about all this, in like 2000, and the guy said it was like a few days to a week after JonBenet was killed, and then suddenly it became that day or the next day. But that's not how it started out. But that's what it's turned into.
Yeah, weird. Hey, Queen
Yeah.
Baby, I gotta jump down. I think I'm gonna be sick.
Oh
So
no.
no, that's okay.
Oh.
Feel
All right,
better.
Yeah,
I love you. Feel better.
Thanks for having me up. Love you guys.
Love you
Love
too.
you too.
Coming up.
Bye.
No, what's wrong?
She gets anxiety real bad when she comes up here, or well, when she goes on a panel. I think it's just anxiety.
Oh, I hope I didn't hurt her feelings or anything. It was just because we were talking about it.
No, I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure it ain't nothing that, you know what I mean? I'm sure it ain't nothing you did.
I'll hate myself if it is. I love Graham. Oh my God, now I'm gonna feel awful. I just think it was so funny we were talking about it.
I know, and you know what? That's what I was gonna say. I can't believe we were talking about it, and then boom, she came up and said that. Like, gee.
Yeah, no, and it's nothing against her, because believe me, there are many people that think that, but they also, like I said, I'll say all kinds of stuff about cases that I don't know that much about, and people have gone way past it. You know, it's just because
Right.
Well, fuck, it was what, 27 years? How long ago was it? 25 years ago. I don't even know anymore.
It's yeah, I was gonna say it's been a long time. Hey Ellie, what's up, babe?
Yeah, it's been a
Guys, can you
very
hear me?
long time.
Oh,
Oh
might be
yeah,
a
I
little
can
loud.
hear you now. You're a little bit you got a little bit of feedback, but
Oh, okay. Oh, Grandma Sherry said she didn't feel good earlier, just so you know. I wanted to
Okay,
say
because
that
I
for one.
just would,
She was
I
like, I'm
would
not
feel so
feeling
awful.
good.
It made me want to
Oh, no, no,
cry.
no. No, no, she said earlier, like when I've been listening to you guys at work and I heard her say earlier that she woke up not feeling good. So no, no, you didn't do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I just wanted to let you know that.
thank God.
that I'm a little under the weather, but I'm fine.
Yeah. I feel like this time of year people get sick a lot, you know? Gets like hot.
Yes, yeah, she was hilarious on Blunt Bees as Grandpa. I adore her.
Oh my God. Did you? She was
Loved it.
amazing. As grandpa. Do I still have feedback? I can go back and come in. Is it bad?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, let me go back and come in. Okay.
I pulled this well, it's a documentary, so I don't know if it'll let us play it or not, but it's the 2020 and it says the list, you know, with the let me see if I can find the one with the where the 4 detectives do the they do the what they think happened to her.
I don't know. Is that Lou Smith and those other two
Yes, yeah.
dorks? Yeah, no. Yeah, there's one. It's with Erin Moriarty in it. It's 48 Hours, I think, where she talks to that Michael guy, like in 2000.
Yes, and the behavior. Okay, here's Burke. Now, did you watch his Dr. Phil interview where he was acting weird?
Yeah, I did.
So here they're gonna play some of it.
Her eyes were closed. I think one of her eyes was a little bit like droopy or something.
How did you feel seeing her?
A lot of sadness. I don't think I really fully grasped. Like after this, I won't see her again.
Burke Ramsey, now 29, breaking a 20-year silence, coming out of the shadows to speak publicly for the first time about his sister JonBenet's murder in an interview with Dr. Phil.
The next thing I remember, and my dad came and told me JonBenet is in heaven now, and he started crying. Then I started crying.
He was just 9 when his little sister was found viciously strangled in the basement of their own home. The child beauty queen, eternally 6 years old, whose gruesome, unsolved murder became America's fixation.
She was so cute. Hey, Brianna, how are you?
I am good. How are you guys?
Hey, Brian.
Hanging in, chit-chatting, you know.
Yeah, I decided I'm on break. I break today, and I just decided to hop up because me being me, my opinion on JonBenet is completely the opposite of most people, and always has been. So,
Well, spill it, girl. Let me hear it.
From day one, I never thought that John, Patsy, or Burke had anything to do with it ever. I defended John and Patsy when JonBenet was killed. I defended Jerry and Kate when Madeline McCann went missing. I have always been one that has defended parents of missing children. Always. I hate people who attack the parents of missing children. I can't stand it. Not hate, too strong a word. I hate that behavior. I don't like the mob mentality of attacking parents. I guess I just never thought John and Patsy had anything to do with it.
I agree.
Well, a grand jury voted to indict them, though.
Yeah, I know that, but I thought that the cops in Colorado screwed that entire thing up. I think they focused on the wrong people, and the right one slipped through their fingers because of it. I don't know who it is. I don't know that it's necessarily this guy. I think he's sus as fuck, but I don't know that it's necessarily him either. And poor Burke, that poor child. I don't know how anybody could have been expected to grow up mentally sound in what the world turned his life into.
Yeah, because he's had to be like, I mean, not a normal childhood at all whatsoever.
No, and even if they're, first of all, his little sister is murdered in his house, and as if that's not hard enough to deal with, and then the accusations against his parents, then the accusations against him. And imagine being 9 years old and having people shove microphones in your face and go, "Did you kill your little sister?"
Nobody did that to Burke.
No, but the virtue, he knew they thought it. He absolutely knew they thought it.
Yeah, anybody that even mentioned Burke was sued, and so it didn't happen. There was no newspaper, no media, no one blamed Burke, and that's because of Lynn Wood.
How much time did you spend on Web Sleuths? Because Trisha's let people be absolutely vicious to him on there. And I love her.
I'm talking about
her, but she did not stop them when they went after him.
Well, that is on web. I'm talking about in the media. I don't know that he would read Web Sleuths.
Oh, well, I mean, that's the kind of play, because it's on the internet and because he was a 9-year-old kid. He
But Web Sleuths,
knew.
he didn't get Web Sleuths till like 2005.
It had to have been before that.
It was 2005.
Trisha's been on
Web since 2004 is what it says on her thing.
Okay,
yeah.
So 2004.
And Trisha had been following from the very beginning.
Yeah, so have I.
Actively involved in the JonBenet.
Me too.
Case. Yeah. And her opinion is the same as yours. And I don't know that. I understand why people think that Patsy did it. I absolutely.
I didn't say I thought Patsy did it. I said I thought either Burke or Patsy did it, but I don't have a clear opinion one way or the other because, I mean, I don't have any proof.
Yeah, and like I said, I understand why people hold that opinion because we don't have proof of really anything.
Well, we do have a letter that Sina Wong, and I think she was the handwriting analyst, and all the other handwriting analysts said it wasn't a definitive. No, it's not hers. No one said that.
Yeah,
but
they couldn't.
Sina Wong said yes, it was as close a match as you could get to hers.
Right, and then there was something about the depth of the strokes was said that she practiced 3 or 4 times, changing her handwriting.
There were practice notes,
impressions, different depths in the paper and things like that.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, because the crime scene was so compromised from before they even. There were, 50 people in that house, in and out and up and down the stairs and in the basement and they
were everywhere, all over the fucking place. Yeah, they called the neighbors, their friends, everybody.
Yeah, and nobody thought to stop them. They just all assumed she'd been kidnapped, so she wasn't there. And any evidence they had was just trampled on. Footprints outside the window. Good luck finding them among the 50 other people that walked by that window. And
I don't think there was snow on the ground that night. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I know that the footprints were a non-issue, but I don't remember why. But that window had already been broken by John.
Right. And there was a cobweb that wasn't. There was a cobweb across one of the panes that hadn't been disturbed.
Right.
And I feel terrible because here we are. What are we now? 26 years, 27 years later? And still nothing.
Well, yeah, I don't even think, even if Burke confessed, if it was him, even if he confessed, right, he wouldn't get any time.
No, because he was 9. I mean, he was 9 years old.
He was 9. I mean, and that's what would be really sad is if it had been an accident, but Patsy was always very about appearances, and so I think a lot of people, including myself, thought at first, well, she wouldn't want that to be something on her legacy, but that's a little bit of overkill even for that. So
right. And she seemed to be such an attentive mother in so many other ways that I would have hoped that if it was an accident, she would have gotten her 9-year-old son the help he needed to deal with the fact that he accidentally killed his sister. Because I mean, if he did, it was an accident. Even if he did it on purpose, it was an accident. He was 9.
Oh, right. But I don't know that people think like that. It's just like once you've done it, you've gone too far.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like then she's in trouble.
Exactly. There's absolutely no, at the age of 9, I don't think premeditation is even possible.
Oh, it would have been an accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
but then
synapses don't even exist for that kind of premeditation in a 9-year-old, in most 9-year-olds.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I feel horrible for all of them, but I really do believe that, I mean, Pat, the DNA, the DA came out and said after she passed that she had been exonerated. The DNA had cleared her. Patsy Ramsey did not kill her daughter. And that's what I go with, is when he came out and said the Boulder police screwed up. They handled the case wrong from the very beginning. Patsy Ramsey is clear. Now, they didn't put her on the same service, but they did clear Patsy.
Yeah. Well, you know, I love the way they go back, how everybody's blamed, especially Alex Hunter, the Boulder Police Department, when he tied their hands on so much.
Yeah, he did.
You know, I remember waiting for the grand jury decision because we knew there was going to be an indictment. We knew it. And when he said there was no indictment, it took years before that came out. I mean, I think it only came out like, 5 years ago or something, that they had voted to indict. And he said, nope, no indictment.
Yeah, I do remember them impaneling the grand jury, and I remember really, really wondering whatever happened with that, because it just kind of went nowhere.
No, he came out and did a press conference and said there was no indictment.
Yeah.
But there was. They did vote to indict, but he overrode.
Right, because the DA has the ultimate decision whether to charge or not. I apologize for my puppy. I don't know what she's barking at. I will mute.
Mine barks at just about anything. Yeah, God, that case.
Okay, she stopped. I think she was barking at the cat.
But I don't know why this guy is coming up again. Like, why this story all of a sudden? I think, is John selling a book, or wonder what's going on?
I think Vinny needed 5 minutes of filler for his episode last night. So he just grabbed that dude and said, hey, come talk to me. That's kind of what it felt like. It didn't really feel like a developed story. It felt like Vinny just went trolling for old stories to fill a couple minutes on the show.
You know what got me is I was listening to Betty's show this morning. I think it was the first one, maybe. And she's just all pissed off and saying that, see how they finally listened to a letter she wrote or something and tested the DNA on this guy. And now I can't even. And they got him to confess or something. But what got me was when she said, all that family went through for all these years. And now this. I'm thinking, look what y'all are putting the Wells through.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, look what you're putting them through. What you're putting them through, and what if 10 years from now somebody confesses? And they had more evidence with the Ramseys.
I don't think I don't think either one of them would feel bad for what they've done and what they're doing.
No, but I didn't get what she meant about it took her writing a letter. I guess she wrote a letter to the
whoever the fuck, saying that the Idaho 4 house should not be torn down. And because she's the one that wrote that letter, she got that house to stay up. Only her by herself.
Oh, no, another letter, because what I'm talking about, she wrote a letter in this case too, and they finally did something, tested the DNA or something.
Oh, okay.
So there's two letters.
Shit, we better be giving her a pats on the backs, man.
So she thinks her letter to the DA, or
She's been out here putting in work, huh?
I mean, Idaho 4, not the DA, but a letter for the Idaho 4, and that's, well, good.
And the best thing about the letter on the Idaho 4 house, of course, is that in that letter, she accused the people she was writing the letter to of tanking the trial to save a few dollars, even though they're still paying property tax on the property, whether the house is standing or not. So they're not saving any money at all. But she had that letter so full of accusations toward the college, and the letter was addressed to the college. And I'm like, you go get him to do what you want by accusing him of all kinds of stuff. Good job.
Oh my God, such an angry person.
But if she had, written a logical, well-reasoned, non-emotional, letter, explaining the position, then yeah, it's a valid position. Leave it up so they can, see the distance between the rooms and things like that's a valid position. You just want to tear it down to save money on the taxes? Not a valid position. Sorry.
Yeah. I missed that whole thing.
And Mab signed off on it, and that other girl that was up there with her too.
Dumpling.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I think I turned it off when they came on. I'm not sure. Anyway, so she's thinking that there's a full confession and the DNA is what finally solved it.
Two competing theories.
A lot of sadness. I don't think I really fully grasped. Like, after this, I won't see her again.
Burke Ramsey, now 29, breaking a 20-year silence, coming out of the shadows to speak publicly for the first time about his sister JonBenet's murder in an interview with Dr. Phil.
The next thing I remember, and my dad came and told me JonBenet is in heaven now, and he started crying. Then I started crying.
He was just 9 when his little sister was found viciously strangled in the basement of their own home. The child beauty queen, eternally 6 years old, whose gruesome, unsolved murder became America's fixation. Two competing theories lingered for years. Did an intruder break in and kill? Or were the Ramseys themselves somehow responsible? Burke, who was reportedly paid for the interview, is the only family member in the house the night of the murder who's never come forward with his side of the story.
Did you hit your sister over the head with a baseball bat or a flashlight?
Absolutely not.
Burke says he stayed in bed for hours as dozens of investigators and loved ones swarmed the house.
Critics would say you weren't curious because you already knew. He didn't have to get up and go check because he knew exactly what had happened.
I mean, I didn't know if there was some bad guy downstairs. My dad was chasing off with a gun.
Everyone looks at the interview of Burke and thinks, why is this young man smiling?
I don't see a smile as much as I see an uncomfortable facial expression.
That's what I felt like. He was very uncomfortable, like sitting there, like really nervous, and probably knowing this was going to cause more bullshit in his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he was paid for the interview.
I mean, it still doesn't matter. Still, people are still going to say shit. They're still going to talk. You know what I mean?
Right, but he could have just not done it.
Well, yeah, I know he could have. But
I didn't know he had been paid for it. That's the first I realized that.
Yeah,
I think Dr. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, baby.
I think Dr. Pill, appropriate as well, but I think Dr. Phil pays almost everyone.
I thought so too. I don't know though. I didn't know if he did. I didn't know if. Yeah, like a nervous laugh, Sharon. That's right. Like a nervous laugh. That's kind of like he's like. You know what I mean? It's just like he's nervous as hell sitting there and shit. I'm not saying he wouldn't be, you know?
He reminds me, actually, and same age and everything. He reminds me of my 25 or 29-year-old adult autistic son when he's talking about things he doesn't want to talk about.
Right. Just kind of nervous and standoffish, you know?
And because of the autism, doesn't understand like the social cues that, you know
Right.
what I mean? Just he doesn't nervous. Yeah. Yeah.
You can,
because of-
yeah, you can tell he's definitely missing the social cues for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't see that as smile, happy smile. I see that as uncomfortable guy.
ABC's chief legal analyst Dan Abrams spent years covering the saga.
Burke Ramsey has been one of the most sought after interviews by every news and tabloid organization out there, because back at the time, people were saying, oh, maybe Burke did it, or what does Burke know?
At the time, the incessant media attention smothered the family under a cloud of suspicion. Then 9-year-old Burke was not immune. Years later, John Ramsey, JonBenet and Burke's father, told me that they were simply trying to protect their 9-year-old from the media onslaught.
There was one day when he and Patsy managed to escape the paparazzi, and they made it to a grocery store, and there was a headline that Burke
brother did it,
and he burst into.
Now that would be hard for a younger kid, you know what I mean? To see that and think that, you know.
Yeah, of course. I think that was one of the ones that Linwood sued. And, you know, Linwood represents Dr. Phil. And I'll bet that's how he brokered that interview, too.
That makes sense if they share the lawyer. That they would connect that way.
Look at his tongue.
Pause game on point.
Right.
To tears.
Yeah,
Well, what was his reaction?
Well, Burke's a very quiet, private person. We tried very hard to keep Burke's life normal, and that just was like a huge interruption to that.
The mystery began the morning after Christmas 20 years ago with a horrifying ransom note left in the Ramsey home.
Now see this right here, the where they practiced writing it like 2 or 3 times, and then that's like, I feel like that was definitely Patsy.
Yeah.
Wrote the note, threw it away. You know what I'm saying? Messed it up, wrote it again, threw it away.
And you know, she said on one of the interviews, it might have been Larry King, he asked, do you think the person that wrote the note killed your daughter? And she said yes.
Well, that would be a logical assumption.
But
if she didn't kill her daughter, she would logically assume that the person who left the note did.
Right. But
I get what you mean.
If she did, then.
Just like that asshole who killed his boys said that he'd been planning it forever, and Alex Murdaugh telling Maggie's sister that whoever killed Maggie and Paul had been planning it for a very long time.
Yeah.
Like that kind of an admission.
How many freaking years we read this over and over again?
Oh yeah, and I'm sure, and the exact amount.
Yeah.
The exact amount is what I mean. That just, I don't know.
And the SBTC at the bottom.
Yeah, what is that? What is that? SBTC. What the fuck is that?
We had so many guesses. I mean, Saved by the Cross, just a million different guesses. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know what the SBTC would be.
Yeah, the assumption was that it was supposed to be like some terrorist organization, right? Like the SBLA and Patty Hearst.
A foreign faction.
Yep.
return of their little girl.
What's going on there, ma'am? We have a kidnapping. Hurry, please explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left and our daughter's gone.
But soon, John Ramsey, JonBenet's father, found her lifeless body in the basement, a moment he told me about in 2012.
When I found her, it was a rush of relief. And then, of course, within moments, I realized that she probably was dead. But she was back in my arms.
The family home, hours after the discovery, captured in these crime scene videos, seen for the first time in an investigation discovery docuseries airing this week. JonBenet had been strangled with a garrote, her skull fractured, and there were signs of sexual abuse. At first, investigators found no apparent signs of a break-in, and the Ramsey family came under the investigative microscope. Burke, too, placed under the harsh lights of the interrogation room.
When was the last time you saw JonBenet alive?
As seen in these newly discovered tapes of police interviews, included in an A&E documentary, the theory was that Burke killed her accidentally, and the
Yeah, that's been the theory though for a while.
family was covering up
Quick
crime.
question.
Inside the Ramsey home,
Why is that baby being interrogated by himself? Why is there not at least a child advocate in the room with him? He's 9.
I don't know if I wondered if that was like an emotional therapist thing where they're on the other side of the glass. Like the parents are on the other side of the glass in the room. The therapist, he's in there with the therapist, but they're on the other side. Have you ever seen that? Have y'all ever seen that?
Yeah, I think they were on the other side.
a flashlight, heavy enough to be a murder weapon, the strangulation device made from the broken.
And this is the
garage.
Yeah, that was supposedly that was okay.
Handle of Patsy's paintbrush. The bizarre ransom note was found to have been written on Patsy's notepad.
The ransom note is the single most important piece of evidence that led the authorities to think it had to be someone in the house.
I.e. John and Patsy Ramsey.
Because who else would have the time, they would say, to write that intricate note and practice it beforehand, other than someone trying to cover up a crime?
The police play hardball, bluffing about the evidence they have.
We have trace evidence that appears to link you to the death of JonBenet. What would you tell me?
But Patsy never wavered, always adamant about their innocence.
Go back to the damn drawing board. I didn't do it. John Ramsey didn't do it, and we didn't have a clue of anybody who did do it.
Outside the Ramseys' home, a constant crush of cameras.
Looking back on it, it looks like madness. But at the time, we were so crushed by the loss of our child that it didn't matter.
John and Patsy Ramsey were never charged with the crime, but were nonetheless skewered in the court of public opinion.
This is the first time that you've sat for an extended interview.
They eventually tried to set the record straight with Barbara Walters.
Mr. Ramsey, did you kill JonBenet?
No, I did not.
Mrs. Ramsey, did you kill your daughter?
No, I did not kill my daughter.
But if not the Ramseys, then who did it?
JonBenet was a pedophile's dream come true.
Lou Smith, the late detective who was brought in by the Boulder District Attorney's Office to conduct an independent investigation.
That was such a weird thing to say.
The thing that got me was that, is she around her and around this case, there was such a media indictment of, the toddler pageant industry. And from this, then TLC spawns Toddlers and Tiaras.
Yeah, I was
such a
never.
bad idea. We'll make a show about it.
Yeah. I was never really, you know, I didn't think that had anything to do with it.
But she did, and I thought that the media put way too much emphasis on it because
Oh, yeah, they did. They did, but it was something she liked doing, you know?
Yeah, and it was like they thought Patsy forced her into it, and she was trying to relive her childhood through her daughter. And it's like, 5-year-olds do have their own minds, and they do have things they enjoy. They
Yeah.
really do.
Yeah, I think she enjoyed it. From the looks of it, I mean, she was so cute.
It's so hard to believe she would be in her 30s now.
I know. Yeah.
Believed a sexual predator killed JonBenet.
I believe he brought her down to the farthest, deepest part of that basement and did very brutal things to her.
Smith uncovered evidence that had reportedly been overlooked by the Boulder police. A broken window where the killer could have entered. A footprint. Marks on JonBenet, indicative of a stun gun.
That was a little parade in Charlevoix.
When I spoke to John Ramsey in 2012, he had a lingering sense of regret. Child beauty pageants made him uncomfortable, and he told me if he had another chance, he wouldn't let JonBenet compete publicly.
Were you naive about letting her compete in pageants?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But your lesson was, what if we inadvertently exposed her to the killer?
Obviously, you don't want to keep them locked in the house, but it's just an awareness. Not everyone around you is a nice, good person.
A re-examination of the DNA evidence using new technology found an unidentified male's DNA on JonBenet's underpants, essentially clearing the Ramsey family.
This is the only case where I think I have fundamentally turned as much as I have, thinking probably to no way over the course of an intense investigation.
The new district attorney, Mary Lacey, took the extraordinary step of formally exonerating the Ramseys. But vindication didn't come soon enough for the Ramseys. Patsy died from ovarian cancer in 2006. Today, John is remarried and lives a quiet life in Michigan.
I struggled a lot with forgiveness and what that meant. The first phase was, I can't forgive this creature. Let me get my hands on him. We won't need a trial.
Well, no one would blame you for being angry and bitter.
And I was for...
Shit, I mean, I don't think anybody blames him for being angry and bitter. You know what I mean?
Do you know he dated Natalie Holloway's mom for a while?
That's what they was just saying in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, Mark. Did not see that.
That would be a trauma bond built in hell, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how they're doing that, but
I don't know. I just think at this point, it's never going to be solved.
yeah, I don't think it will be either, honestly. Hey, Ellie, what's up, girl?
Hey.
Hey, Ellen. Hey.
You guys gonna watch that press conference for the Long Island serial killer guy that was arrested?
I never followed that much, but
We can. You want to pop in the back? I'll put it up.
Oh, look and see where it is because I saw it in your your title. It's so crazy that I'm from there.
I don't have the press conference. I just have like news, like the couple news clips like that.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I was going to talk about it. I just didn't know there was a press conference coming up.
Yeah, I think at 1 o'clock. Let me go see if I can find it real quick. Hold on.
Oh, well, it's like 3 here, so.
Now is it for?
I mean here. Sorry.
Oh, baby.
Just
in a couple minutes from now. I'm sorry. Like a few. I should talk in like minutes and time, not like my time. Yeah, in like a few. I think somebody said like the top of the hour, which is coming up. Right.
Are they talking he killed all the women found on Long Island? Oh, okay.
No.
Just the Gilgo.
Yeah, just 3 of them, I think. I mean, there's
Okay.
there was like 10, I think, found, but like there was like all kinds of different people, but he's, I think, connected to 3 of them.
Okay.
Possibly, and he's like an architect. And I wonder how they caught him. I mean, there's going to be like some probable cause stuff that's released, I think, today.
I wonder if they were the back page girls.
Genealogy, they got him from like DNA. That's how they caught him. There's
I
also
bet.
with him.
Oh no, it's at 4. Oh,
We'll play that
shit, no, it's
interview.
4. Sorry,
It's,
I'm
I would
even
say it's
messing up
3
the time.
o'clock here, so it should be. It's fine. I mean, by the time we get done, I'm sure it'll be up.
It
Oh
might
yeah,
Gilgo
1 o'clock your
Beach.
time. That's what
All
I
right,
mean. I'm sorry. I'm on
let's
the
pop
West
this and I'll
Coast.
go find. I'll go find
I'll
it.
go look for it too. Okay.
I'm
So
going to
some
hop down
guys
because my break is
arrested
over.
in connection to a
I'll be in
series of
chat.
Okay, Brianna.
You said you're doing what? Hopping down? She's got to get back in chat. Okay, thank you for coming up and hanging out, Brianna.
murders on Long Island, New York, is being arraigned today.
That's right. This is a major development. Several law enforcement sources telling CBS News the man you see on your screen, Rex Heuermann, was arrested this morning. This comes as officers say a large police presence early in Massapequa Park is related to the investigation. Now, since 2010, the bodies of at least 10 women have been discovered along Ocean Parkway on Long Island. No arrests have been made in this case until today.
Joining us now in Studio 57 is 48 Hours correspondent Erin Moriarty. And we also have Pat Milton, the senior producer for CBS News' investigative unit, joining us on Zoom. Great to have both of you here on this significant day in this case. Pat, we're going to start with you. If you can fill us in on the latest, what do we know about what led police to this person? What do we know now about the suspect?
Well, we're still digging in on the details, but he is expected to be arraigned in Suffolk County on Long Island this afternoon. We aren't clear about what the charges are, but he's definitely been arrested in connection with the long unsolved case of these women who were found, their bodies were found at Gilgo Beach, murdered.
Erin, let's speak more about what happened. You've been covering this case for
a long
more
time,
than a
and
decade.
I
so
want to make it
break
very
down for
clear.
us.
We don't know very much of anything, but what's really important to know is when you say like 10, where remains of 10 people have been found, there are 4 women in particular, which we, call the Gilgo Beach murders, and they were likely, most investigators have always believed they were killed by a single person. That's the only thing we can actually say, because those 4 women who were found in December 2010 were killed in the same manner, were found very close to each other, were wrapped in burlap in the same way. It was only weeks later that they found these other remains along. So we need to make it clear that we don't know. In fact, this individual will be charged with 4 murders or more than that. But it may not just be one person responsible for all of this.
There's a possibility that there might be other suspects.
See, there's a possibility that there's other suspects. Is that what she said?
Well, there was like 10 people found. This started in like 2000, I think 7 was the first person that were like disappeared. And then they found them all like in 2010 when the 3rd person. But I think the other ones might not be related, but they could be. Some could be. Who knows? But 3 they felt were all related because, like she was saying, they were all like in this like burlap. They were wrapped similar.
Wasn't there a documentary or some kind of movie about this a few years ago?
I feel like I've seen it like on like 48 Hours and Dateline, like over the years, like a lot of time, several times. Yeah, I just put the press conference in the back. Queen, it's WFLA. That's where I found that independent thinker.
I wonder how they caught him.
Yeah, I mean, I think DNA, maybe DNA. I mean, maybe like I don't, with everything that's going on with genealogical and investigative genealogical DNA, maybe Yeah, he's having technical issues, JB.
Oh, he was. Shannon Gilbert was one of them. That was what I saw.
There was 3
Lost Girls. Yeah.
The press conference back here for you. We'll do our very best to bring it here to you live.
Yeah, that's
one of the reasons
huge
why
news.
there's a lot of people moving around right now is because they're trying to improve the signal quality. But as I explained earlier, as far as the analogy that I can use to describe what it's like when you have an inside press conference at an official government building like this, everyone's trying to get on the same internet, and it's like cramming 50 toothpicks into a straw. Everyone's just fighting and competing for their bandwidth real estate, and certain signals are going to, as this signal improves, the signals for other media organizations, theirs are going to deteriorate. So it's going to be a tug of war for bandwidth as they try to get a feed out from the district attorney's office in Suffolk County. But we wanted to get live with you here, folks, across all platforms to give everybody a chance to reacclimate, re-understand this story, or for those of you who have never heard of the Gilgo Beach serial murders, find out about it for the first time. This is news that has haunted this community in Long Island for a long time, and now it has really taken a turn for those in Massapequa because they have been, if New York officials are correct, if investigators have their man and they are indeed right, if this person, Rex Heuermann, 59 years old, is the suspect responsible for at least these 3 murders, then this has been a frightening reality, because they have been living maybe on the same street or going to work or taking the Long Island Railroad, all with this person for a period of more than a decade. I'm going to step away for a moment to try to recalibrate this signal, but the press conference hasn't started just yet. We expect it to begin sometime in the next few minutes. 4 Eastern time. Stand by.
Yeah, if anybody, the beach where this is where a lot of this, like Ocean Beach Parkway, like I'm from Long Island originally, and so it's right near Jones Beach. If anybody, people probably know Jones Beach. It's like right up the coast from Jones Beach, and between like Robert Moses and Jones Beach, and like he lives in like Massapequa, I believe, which is like just inland from the beach, like 5 minutes away from Giglio Beach.
God,
What
look at that hair. Well,
all right, here's an interview with him. Here's an interview. This is him right here in the blue shirt. This is him. Here's
He's an
listen to
architect.
it. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, I'm sure that
He works in Manhattan, like in an architect firm, and it's like very close to get on the line, railroad or
right, I'm
drive
just saying,
in.
like,
It's
to
like
get an
30
idea of
minutes.
who he is, like, you know what I'm saying? So you can get an idea of, like, I wonder what this guy right here in the red, the one interviewing, I wonder what he thinks now. Like, damn.
Well, I'm interested. I do troubleshooting, architectural troubleshooting, and negotiations with the building department.
Okay.
What I mean by that is, do we do the standard stuff with the building department? Handle your filings. I have other clients who are a lot of other architects, and we'll handle their interactions with the building department.
Yeah.
Especially out of city architects, because they're a little afraid of the city. And when a job that should have been routine suddenly becomes not routine, I get the phone call.
Gotcha.
Whether it's an old building and they need somebody that understands and can maneuver the 1938 building code, or the current building code. You look surprised when I say 1938 building code. I've actually used the 1901 old tenement laws here in the city of New York, and you can legally do so.
Oh, wow.
That's one of the little things that
you do.
People don't always understand when it comes to building codes.
Yeah.
They never read the administrative section.
So what decided you to launch that particular, I would say, a niche of a business? Was it because out of frustration on your side as an architect? You say, I can't believe, I didn't think about that. Let me dive into it and let me try to maybe make it a business out of it? Or was just, you just decided to do it?
Actually, it was Harvey's fault.
Of who?
In 1987, when I came to work in the city, the first architect I worked for was Harvey Rosenberg.
Okay.
Great man. That year, a new law came out. Local law 58 of 87.
Okay.
The
That
news
was
conference is
handicap
starting,
access.
Wayne.
Okay.
Law enforcement partners and the Gilgo Task Force to announce the indictment of defendant Rex Andrew Heuermann, 59 years of age. He's been arrested by the Suffolk County Police Department's homicide detectives, and he's been indicted in a grand jury presentation by the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office for the murders of Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. The investigation of Maureen Brainerd Barnes is ongoing. These young women went missing between July of 2007 and September of 2010. They were found in December of 2010 by the Suffolk County Police Department, and then there was nothing, absolutely nothing. For the next 13 years, their cases went unsolved until today. When I took office in January of 2022, I made Gilgo a priority. I made Gilgo a priority before I took office. I met with the victims' families, some of whom I'm proud to have standing with us today. And I told them that we were going to handle this case differently. We were going to do it differently. And that when I showed up, you weren't going to see me calling the media and being on Gilgo Beach with a giant magnifying lens looking for clues 12 years after the case. What I was going to do was I was going to work with my task force. We were going to form this task force, and we were going to work together, and we were going to use the grand jury, the power of the grand jury to reach a determination in this case. Because the grand jury has two things. It has power, it has reach. You could obtain documents, you could interview witnesses. But the other thing that the grand jury has secrecy. No one knows what you do when you operate a grand jury proceeding. And we knew that when we were investigating this case and when we dealt with the media or whatever it was we were doing, we were playing before a party of one, because we knew the person responsible for these murders would be looking at us. So we were very careful how we handled the investigation. We maintained the integrity of the investigation. Most importantly of all, we maintained the secrecy of that investigation. And I think that's paid dividends as we've seen today. Now, I think that when we had the task force, the first thing we did, got together with Suffolk County Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison. We formed the task force. Our first meeting was February 1st of 2022. And what we did, all of the agencies here, we made the commitment. We were going to take our most talented investigators. So in the district attorney's office, we took ADAs, myself included. We took analysts, we took detective investigators, and they worked on a daily basis with other talented investigators from all of the agencies here. We started that in February 1st in 2022. 6 weeks later, on March 14th, 2022, the name Rex Heuermann was first mentioned as a suspect in the Gilgo case. A New York State investigator was able to identify him in a database. And from that point on, we used the power of the grand jury, over 300 subpoenas and search warrants, looking into this individual's background to bring us to this day. So I'm proud. I know that this case is over, but I'm proud of what we've accomplished up to this point. I know we have more to accomplish, but I'm also thankful for the partnership of the task force, because certainly without the participation of the task force, we wouldn't be standing here. before I thank some folks and turn it over to our partners, I just want to talk a little bit about the evidence in the case. I know a lot of people know about the case. As I indicated, the victims went missing between July of 2010 and July of 2007 and September of 2010. And in December of 2010, they were their bodies were recovered. They were buried in a similar fashion, in a similar location, in a similar way. All the women were petite. They were they all did the same thing for a living. They all advertised the same way, and there were immediately there were similarities with regard to the crime scenes. All the women were bound at the head, at the midsection, or at the chest, and later at the legs. The other thing I think that that's been talked about in the media was they were bound by burlap. That has taken a life of its own in the media, and the burlap has been described or thought to be the burlap that's used at a nursery for. That's not the burlap that was used in this case. The burlap was camouflage burlap used for duck blinds, so hunting. Obviously it was used to purposely hide the bodies. One thing that became immediately apparent was at the time of each of the murders, the murderer, the defendant Heuermann, he got a cell phone and a burner phone, which is prepaid and anonymous. And for each of the murders, he got an individual burner phone, and he used that to communicate with the victims. Then shortly after the death of the victims, he then would get rid of the burner phone. And right away in December of 2012, FBI CAST analysts, special agents with the CAST unit of the FBI, they immediately began looking at that cell site data. They compared the victims' phones with the burner phones, and they immediately honed in on some similarities, specifically in the Massapequa Park area. And they looked at an area of a confluence of 4 cell towers, and they realized that this had significance because the perpetrator of these crimes was probably located within this area at or around the times of the murder. And that was mapped out. That was called the box, and it was an area in Massapequa Park. The FBI also managed to do that for an area in Midtown Manhattan. And so that was an investigative lead. The other investigative lead at the time was, even though there was a significant amount of time that elapsed with regard to before the victims were recovered, there was some significant evidence recovered. Specifically, there was a hair recovered from Maureen Brainerd Barnes from a belt buckle that was around her legs. With regard to Megan Waterman, there were 3 hairs recovered from her, one from around her head area, one from around her leg area in the burlap, and then there was one caught in between the tape. And that was recovered. Amber Costello also had a significant hair that was recovered during the time of the recovery. But again, the crime scene, because it was out there for so long and because it was exposed to the elements, those hairs were degraded, so you couldn't use traditional DNA analysis on it. You would have to wait and use mitochondrial DNA. And back in 2010, the technology wasn't there for mitochondrial DNA. So the investigation proceeded, but also technology proceeded as well. And then in January and February of 2022, we formed the task force. We began working collectively. And then a mere 6 weeks later, on March 14th, 2022, Rex Heuermann was identified for the first time. And the manner in which that was done was the New York State investigator looked at a database Amber Costello, the day before her disappearance on September 1st, 2010, she met with an individual for the purposes of having him pay her money for her services. But she involved herself in a ruse where once the individual gave her money, and other individuals came into the house, pretended to be significant others, confronted the individual with the purpose of making that individual uncomfortable, having him leave without retrieving his money. And that's exactly what happened. So that individual was identified as a person who was between 6'4" and 6'6", a large man, thickly built, not necessarily overly muscular, but just a naturally big person with glasses, white, and dark hair. Also of significance was that the fact that he was driving a dark-colored black first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche with a very unique feature that was between it's a pickup truck, so it was between the cab and the bed, and that was identified. Again, that was back in 2010. But it wasn't until March of 2022 that database was searched by the task force, and this individual was identified. That individual was Rex Heuermann, the defendant. And right away, there were some commonalities that came right to the fore. Rex Heuermann, 6'4", largely a large person, not necessarily muscular, but a very physically large person. He has glasses. He has the dark hair, and also of particular note, he owned at the time that first generation Chevy Avalanche. There was more. He lived at 105 First Avenue, which was located within that box area that the FBI first discovered in 2012. But there was more. Also, he worked at the time at an architect and he owned his own architectural firm at an address at 19 West 36th Street in Midtown Manhattan. And that was also the area of interest that was identified by the FBI in 2012. Again, that was March 14th, 2022. And from that point on, our partners and my office, we used the grand jury to continue to investigate, and we executed over 300 subpoenas, search warrants pertaining to this individual to find out more information. One of the things that we did is we followed him because we wanted to get an abandonment sample of his DNA, which we were able to do. We also got DNA samples, abandonment samples from his family. And then we went back and we got mitochondrial DNA testing. And with regard to, there's an aspect of New York State law that doesn't allow me to talk about DNA testing, specifically at press conferences. It's so I can't do that. However, at the arraignment and also when we filed our bail letter, we talked about the significance of that evidence. So if anyone needs to see that, but suffice to say, that evidence was significant, especially with regard to the other evidence that we had developed. But it was there was another interesting aspect. We looked at the Heuermann family travel records, and we learned that during the murders of the last three women, Barthelemy, Waterman, and Costello, that during the commission of those murders, the defendant's wife and children were out of New York State, and he was alone in the tri-state area. We also went back and looked at his cell site records, and we compared his personal cell site records with that of the 4 target phones, and we saw that there was areas of commonality. In other words, that whenever the target phones would bounce off a cell tower, if the Heuermann personal phone bounced off a tower, it was always consistent and in close proximity with the target phones. And at no time was there ever an instant where those target phones were, for instance, in New Jersey while the defendant was on Long Island. So that was completely consistent. The other thing that we looked at was we looked at his use of burner phones. And we followed, using the grand jury, using the great investigative help from our partners, we followed his use of burner phones. We were able to identify 7 separate burner phones that he used. We were able to use fictitious or fraudulent email addresses and get Google warrants. And from there, we got his searches. And we learned what the defendant was searching. In a 14-month period, he had over 200 searches pertaining to the Gilgo investigation. Not only was he looking at investigative insight, he was trying to figure out how is the task force using cell phones to try to figure out what's happening. What are the developments with regard to the task force? And this really supported our decision to keep our investigative focus secret, because we knew that this one person would be watching, and we didn't want to give him any insight into what we were doing. And we also didn't want him to know just how close we were getting. So we maintained the grand jury secrecy, and we maintained the integrity of our investigation. In addition to those Gilgo searches, he was compulsively searching pictures of the victims, but not only pictures of the victims, pictures of their relatives, their sisters, their children, and he was trying to locate those individuals. In addition to that, there was a lot of torture, porn, and what you would consider, depictions of women being abused, being raped, and being killed. In addition to all of that, we continued to look, and we were able to determine that Chevy Avalanche that was used during the commission of the Amber Costello crime, that Chevy Avalanche was in South Carolina. And again, with the help of our partners, we were able to seize that Chevy Avalanche pursuant to a search warrant, and we're certainly going to analyze that. In addition to that, pursuant to the arrest of the defendant last night by the Suffolk County Police Department, we obtained one of his burner phones, his last burner phones. As I said, this case is not over, it's only beginning. We're continuing to execute search warrants, and we anticipate getting more evidence. Before I turn it over to my partners, I want to thank a lot of people in the room. First and foremost, I want to thank the victims in this case. You know, it's always inspiring as a prosecutor when you get to meet the victims. And while sometimes our defendants could embody the very worst of humanity, it seems that invariably our victims embody the very best of what it means to be human. And in this case, it was no different. I've gotten to know the families, and I'm inspired by them, and I'm impressed by their patience and by their dogged persistence in not only supporting their lost sisters or mother or daughter, but also really, really standing for victims everywhere. So I want to thank them all so much. And I want to let them know that we're going to continue to work this case. The next thing I want to do, I want to thank our partners. I want to thank Suffolk County Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison. We said it was a change. And when we talked about, not going before the media, if you see, Rodney did go before the media, but it was always in a very controlled manner, and it was always with a controlled purpose. Again, we did that because we knew we were playing before an audience of one person. And so I want to thank Rodney for his partnership. Most importantly, I want to thank Rodney for his integrity. I think in the past, the reason why these various investigations fell short was because there was a lot of outside influence, a lot of people who had nothing to do with the investigation, nothing to do with the investigation or any of the agencies that were actually handling the investigation. They still asserted pressure on those investigations. That did not happen with our task force. Our task force was run by our members, and we did what we thought was in the best investigative steps and what was in the best interest of the investigation. So I want to thank Rodney for that, and his whole team. I know that we have Suffolk County Homicide here, Kevin Byer. We've got Inspector Rowan, and I know that they've been around, and I know that they're here, and I know that they stand in the shoes of their past investigators, and I want to congratulate them, and I want to thank them for their partnership. I also want to thank Sheriff Errol Toulon. Everything I said about Rodney, I could say about Errol. Errol is an unbelievable partner. He was an unbelievable partner in this case. During the pendency of this case, and one of the reasons why we had to take this case down was we learned that the defendant was using these alternate identities and these alternate instruments to continue to patronize sex workers, which of course made us very nervous. But with the help of the sheriff and his database and his analysts, we were able to continually stay one step ahead of the defendant. So thank you, Sheriff Toulon. I want to thank the FBI. I know Assistant Director in Charge Michael Brodak is here. I want to thank his entire team. You know, when you have the FBI, not only do you have tremendous resources and insight, whether it's the Behavioral Sciences Unit, whether it's CAST, whether it's CART, which is their computer unit, but you also have the ability to seize a car in South Carolina. I can't seize a car in South Carolina without the FBI. So thank you for that. And thank you for your partnership. And thank you for your willingness to work with us. I want to thank the New York State troopers. I know Major Udis is here and his team. This case is emblematic of great cooperation, but we always get that same level of cooperation from the state police, no matter what case we're working. So I want to thank them. Their investigators did great work on this job and in this case, and we couldn't have done it without them. Lastly, I want to thank Nassau County Police Commissioner Pat Ryder. I don't know if he's here. Did he make it? This case, as I said, spans 13 years, and during that time, Pat Ryder has been our neighbor to the west. When it started, I think he was a sergeant, detective sergeant, maybe uniform sergeant, but whatever. Whenever we needed something to be done, or whenever the task force needed something to be done, Pat Ryder would do it, and he would do it quietly, without much fanfare, and we know he would keep the confidentiality of our grand jury and our investigation. So I want to thank him for that. And with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Rodney Harrison.
Good afternoon. Today is a good day. And before I acknowledge the individuals that had a role in getting to this place, I would first and foremost like to offer my deepest condolences to the family members. To the family members of Amber Costello, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman. I can only imagine what you had to endure over the last decade regarding knowing that your killer was still loose. God bless you. So I've had the privilege of being the police commissioner nearly about 2 years now, and I have had that investigative experience in the NYPD as a detective, as the chief of detectives. And when I was going through the process of being the police commissioner, my engagement with the county executive was I was very familiar with this unfortunate homicides. And I wanted to let it be known that this was going to be our #1 priority. But I also want to make this very clear that this arrest was made by the investigators assigned to the task force. I announced during a press conference 18 months ago about a new team effort that was going to investigate the homicide, and that was going to consist of people from Ray Tierney's office, from Mike Broddock, FBI. Mike, thank you so much. State Police, Steve, appreciate your support. Dr. Earl Talon, Jr., thank you, sir. As well as the investigators from the homicide detectives in Suffolk County. Gentlemen, thank you for all you've done, working together with us, making sure we are here today. I also want to thank my partner, Pat Ryder. Pat, good seeing you, man. And former NYPD Police Commissioner, Keyshawn Sewell, for providing resources to assist in the investigation that brought us here today. So, one of my first acts was to survey the scene. When I first got assigned as a police commissioner, me and Kevin Breyer went over to Gilgo Beach. I want to thank Kevin. You know, when I first met Kevin, he broke the whole case down and where we stood. He knew the case like the back of his hand. He worked tirelessly in this case. Kev was in charge of overseeing the task force since its creation, and you did a phenomenal job, Kev. Thank you. So there's something that I learned from a former NYPD police commissioner, James O'Neill, which is in order to fight crime or to solve investigations, you have to make sure you're working with your law enforcement partners. The blueprint in making this arrest was a whole team effort. Everybody left their egos at the door and made sure that they brought the knowledge and the resources to this investigation. Fresh eyes on this case and the resiliency of our investigators allowed us to identify Rex Heuermann. Ladies and gentlemen, Rex Heuermann is a demon that walks among us, a predator that ruined families. If not for the members of this task force, he would still be out in the streets today. However, even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do in this investigation regarding the other victims of the Gilgo Beach bodies that were discovered. I'm going to encourage anybody that still has information, call our Crime Stoppers hotline, 1-800-220-TIPS. I want to recognize and thank my Chief of Detectives, John. Thank you for your great work. Deputy Police Commissioner Anthony Carter, both of you who provided update information regarding the case and let it be known if there was any resources that they needed that you brought it to my attention. Since the discovery of the first victim, there's been a lot of scrutiny and criticism regarding how this investigation was handled. I will tell you this, the investigators were never discouraged. They continued and uncovered evidence and follow the leads. You never stop working, and we'll continue to work tirelessly until we bring justice to all the families involved. Last but not least, I want to thank my predecessors that came before me, the work that they did. I want to thank them for really laying the foundation that helped us get to here today. Thanks.
My goodness, this is very long.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brodak. I'm the FBI Special Agent in charge of the New York office's Criminal Division. The FBI expended its full set of resources in support of our local and state partners to advance this investigation. The charges show that we can overcome the most difficult challenges when federal, state, and local law enforcement work together under one task force. While nothing can fill the void caused by the loss of a loved one, through today's announcement, we are hopeful that the families of the victims begin to experience a sense of peace, closure, and justice, and that the general public feels safer knowing that an alleged killer is no longer roaming free. The actions taken today should serve as a reminder that the FBI, along with our law enforcement partners, will continue to be resolute in our determination to bring all offenders to justice, no matter how many years has passed. I would like to thank Suffolk County District Attorney Ray Tierney and his prosecution team, Suffolk County Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison and the Suffolk County Police Department, the New York State Police, and the investigators and staff of the FBI New York Field Office, including the Long Island Violent Crime Task Force. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Errol D. Toulon Jr., and I'm the Sheriff of Suffolk County. I would profoundly like to thank the District Attorney and the Police Commissioner for including me not only here today, but for including the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office and recognizing the importance of jail intelligence. It is extremely important when you realize that we created our human trafficking unit in 2018, that there are victims in our community, and that intelligence is being shared by many of the men and women who are incarcerated today. And we have seen many disjointed investigations occur, and leading up to the leadership of these two men have really brought everything together. I am proud that today we stand here a little bit closer to bringing closure to the families and extend my deepest condolences to all of you. Because of the nature of this case, and recognizing that human trafficking and corrections intelligence is so important, we realize that there are many other cases that are going on that we will help to solve going forward. So I thank my intelligence staff and team that are here today for their diligence and their work. While we did our part in this investigation, we continue because we have to house this individual. We have already designated or talked about certain locations where we will house them. And in addition, the security measures we will implement in our facility to make sure that this individual is brought to justice the way he should be. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Richard Allen, the field commander with the state police. And I want to start by expressing my sincere condolences to the family members that are here today. Although losing a loved one, you can never completely get rid of that pain, but hopefully these steps that are taken here today are a step in the right direction for you to start in the healing process or work through the healing process. I want to thank the members of the task force, all the agencies you see behind me. When we were approached in 2022 to be part of this task force, we were fully engaged. Glad to be part of this. We assigned investigators on a full-time basis. You know, what you see being done here today is the end game of agencies working together, as it was said before, with no egos, all egos put aside, with the sole mission to find justice for these victims. You know, here in Troop L, Major Stephen Udis oversees the operations down here. He has been intricately involved in this task force since we became partners with it. And I'm going to ask him to come up and say a few words or expand upon this a little bit, our role in the task force.
Thank you, Colonel. Good afternoon. I'm Major Steve Udis, New York State Police Troop L, Long Island Troop Commander. I'd like to take this opportunity to start off by acknowledging the DA, Ray Tierney, and Commissioner Rodney Harrison for having the vision to see that forming a task force might breathe new light into this investigation. The state police were asked in early 2022 to join this task force, and once requested, we were more than willing to do so. We were also very pleased that we were able to make some very meaningful contributions in this case to help propel it forward. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the task force members from the different agencies and congratulate them on a job well done. I think this case represents an example of what we as law enforcement can do when we pool our resources together and we work together. I would also like to mention the state police member assigned to this task force. You were provided with a mission, and that mission was to participate in this task force, put everything else that you were doing aside, place 100% of your attention on this case, and help push this case forward. You more than accomplished that mission. I congratulate you on a job well done, and I commend you for your outstanding work. To the families, I'd like to say that on behalf of myself and the New York State Police, we offer you our deepest condolences. We recognize that these crimes may have happened years ago, but that pain continues. Our hope is that this development today provides you with some relief and some comfort, knowing that the person responsible for your loved one's death is now being held accountable, and he's no longer a threat to anyone else in society. I want you to know, additionally, that the state police is not done here. We are remaining committed and will continue to support the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, the Suffolk County Police Department, and this task force as we move into the next phase of this process. That's the prosecution. I would also like to say something to everyone watching this with us today. There's been a lot of discussion here today about charges, about the suspect, about what happened, but I would also like everybody to take the time to join with me and keep the families of the victims and the victims themselves in your thoughts and in your prayers. Each one of these victims was a family member and a loved one, and their void and their loss caused great pain, and they did not deserve this. Nobody is deserving of this. We hope this development today will bring some comfort to them as they move forward. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions?
DA, in court, you said that the investigation had to be cut short at one point because of, I think you were fearing the defendant being flee, but more importantly, the safety of people in the community. Can you just explain that more here?
Sure. Before I do that, I'm standing back there. I realized I didn't thank my own team. So I want to thank my chief investigator, Rich Zacharis, who is without. I am so lucky to have. I want to thank Nick Santamartino, ADA Nick Santamartino, ADA Michelle Haddad, ADA Andrew Lee. I also want to thank my chief assistant, Alan Bodie, and I want to thank all of the incredible analysts that we have working for us at the Suffolk County DA's office. So having said that, I will now answer your question. I think that there was a tension in the task force, and it was a good tension because there's a tension between getting the evidence necessary to charge somebody, but also keeping the public safe. And that's the tension that we always deal with. So as we were working forward, we had Suffolk County PD, we had the FBI surveilling the defendant. Obviously, that can't be all the time, but we were reasonably assured with that. But this individual was a person that continued to patronize sex workers at all hours of the night. He continued to use fictitious email addresses, fictitious identities, burner phones. And so as we worked through the case and we got closer and closer, all of a sudden, and we built the evidence, suddenly the balance tips in favor of public safety. So, I think we all wanted as a task force to continue it, but I think collectively we felt that it was time to strike that balance and to take him off the street. So that's what we did. I don't believe they, does anybody want to say anything? No, they're here. They're I can tell you they're the Waterman, Barthelemy and Brainerd Barnes family members, but they're here first and foremost to support their loved ones, and we're happy and grateful to have them here. This portion had to deal with the deaths of these 4 young women, and that's what we focused on. That was what the grand jury investigation was focused on. I talked about the commonalities, and the commonalities, all of those commonalities that we talked to were unique to these 4 separate cases. So that's what we're working on. I think the other members of the task force said, we're going to continue, and continue to work and investigate and try to get a small measure of closure for all the victims' families. But for right now, this defendant, it's this defendant with these 4 victims. I'm here to talk about what we did with regard to these 4 victims, and as I opened my address by talking about the need to maintain investigative secrecy. So we are going to maintain that investigative secrecy, and when I talk about other individuals and other cases, it will be after they have handcuffs on. So, I mean, we talked about some of the evidence that was there. Obviously the cast, that phone evidence was great evidence. And then there were other commonalities, there were other investigations. But I think one of the good things about having a task force is basically you strip it all down. And you start from scratch, and then you use the DA's office, because the DA's office has to get you the lifeblood of an investigation is information. And the way you get information on a cold case is the district attorney's office issues subpoenas in conjunction with the investigators and execute search warrants, again, in conjunction with the investigators. And then you mine all that data, and then you let that data take you where you need to go. So that's what we did in this case. And 6 weeks in, the break in the case, a significant break in the case, was the avalanche, and the fact that this guy, he was described by witnesses as an ogre. He matched the description of the ogre and where he lived. Well, I mean, it was a lot of things, right? It was his physical size. It was his where he lived, where he worked, the fact that his family members were out of the country at the time of the commission of the 3 murders, the fact that then you start looking into him, and then you start getting burner phones. Well, we had up to 7 burner phones. He's using these fictitious email addresses. So then you follow him and you get an abandonment sample. Then you go back to some of the old evidence. So it's, there are, I mean, March 14th, 2022 was a huge day for the task force, but it's never one piece of evidence. Well, there's like what they'll call lawman searches. And basically what it is you run a certain make and model of a car and certain other, where you live or what you do for a living. And then you get data, and then you mine that data for something that would match with your with your case. And you do that, you don't do that just, you do that 100 times, until it hits, until you get the right data points. So we can't talk about ethically in New York. We can't talk about any statements the defendant made, but he made. We're not turning over any statements. I would say he was, yes. Yeah. So in between the bed and the cab, there's like a little triangular ornament almost, and it's unique in the way it's configured. It's unique to the avalanche. It was unique to the avalanche at that time, and that was something that was pointed out by witnesses. What? Well, the investigation is continuing, and I would never say never. And we're going to continue to look at, again, now this is a watershed event in this case. And so we've now are going out and we're executing more search warrants. We'll get more information, more data, and together we'll look at that and see where it leads. I'm sorry? Which so this investigation had to do with these 4 victims. So we've been in touch with the 4 victims through the grand jury process. With regard to victims in general and other victims, who lost people in the vicinity of that area, we speak to our victims all the time, but those are conversations that we keep between ourselves. So, so first off, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, the other 3, one went missing in 2009. I believe the others in 2010. She was in 2007. So it was a little bit more remote in time. We are working through evidence. A lot of that evidence has to do with forensic evidence and analyses that are not completed. But once those analyses are completed, we feel good about the case, and we're going to just continue to let that process go. And again, I think the initial plan was to allow the grand jury investigation to go a little further, but at a certain time, again, the task force felt, we need to for reasons having nothing to do with the evidence in the case, we need to take it down.
Can you just sum up this defendant? You've seen a lot. Can you just sum up this defendant and what he is?
He's as a prosecutor and as investigators, he is charged with a crime. There are certain elements in which we need to prove that crime. We are going to prove those elements. We're going to work hard. We're going to convict him, and we're going to hold him responsible for what he did. And whether, what I think of him personally, whether I like him, whether I don't like him, doesn't matter. We are going to hold him responsible for what he did in this case. The grand jury is it's secret. And we're going to keep it secret, but we have an investigation, and it is continuing.
There was a belt that was presented publicly by the Suffolk County Police Department a few years ago with initials on it. I think one of the initials appears to be MH or WH or something along those lines. Obviously, this guy's got an H in his name.
Sure does.
Can you talk about that?
I mean, he has an H in his name. He is, so it's, what was it, HM? Or WH, yeah. So he's got an H in his name, and other relatives in his family have a W in their name. What that means, I don't know.
Can you talk about alleged why? Motive?
I think that when you look at his internet searches, I think that provides a little insight into his state of mind. And again, we don't have to prove motive. We have to prove the elements, and that's what we're going to do. Well, uh, you said women. With regard to the sex workers, what we did was we had him under surveillance. We had other means of monitoring him, and again, it's a process, and that process is you have to balance the ability to find enough evidence to charge him and hold him responsible with the balance of keeping the public safe. And it's not easy. And we decided at a certain point in time that that we needed to take him down because we didn't feel comfortable with it. So that's what we did. I don't think it was so much. I don't think it was so much the searches. I think that the conduct of the defendant was very consistent. I think, but the quality of our evidence was increasing by the day, by the moment, due to the great work of our task force partners. So at a certain point in time, we're like, okay, we can do this. I believe the cause of death is homicidal violence. Obviously, given the length of time and the exposure to a very harsh environment, forensically, there was not not a lot that could be done with the remains, other than come to that conclusion. He has permits for 92 guns. He has a very large safe in which guns are kept. We are continuing to execute search warrants, so I'm sure we'll have that answer shortly. I'm sorry? I think there's always concerns. I think, I got into office in January 22. We worked with our partners. We had our first meeting February 1st, and we worked, and March 14th was really that watershed day. And when I tell you, I'd like to brag and say that my office was really working hard, which we were, but no other agency was working any less hard than we were. Once we realized what we had and we realized the stakes, all of our partners really worked. I think if you look at the folks standing here, I don't think that, in the last 48 hours, any of us have gotten more than 3 hours sleep.
Running boring burn-on barns. How much more do you need to actually tie it into that?
We are going to continue our investigation, and when we are prepared, when we have concluded that investigation, we will, we'll bring that to a conclusion, but we will not do it before.
All right, thank you. You have one more? Between all the search warrants and the subpoenas, do you ever think that you're going to lose them? Between all the searching around and stuff?
And I don't want to tell you, exact investigative techniques, because they're, again, part of the reasons why they're effective is because people don't necessarily know what it is exactly we do. But always a concern, but given the professionalism of our partners, their diligence and their commitment, we felt good about the case, or keeping the case going until we didn't, and then we took it down. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All righty
Press
then.
conference from the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office.
That was interesting, huh?
Holy smokes. Yeah, that was really interesting. That was really long, wasn't it?
Really long.
Really long too. Yeah, that too. Wow. So there's
okay.
seems
So
like
here's
there's
his list. Here's his
Oh.
searches. I went and pulled the pictures while we were waiting.
Oh. I found the court documents too. I sent you those.
Okay, cool. Yeah, here's some of
Oh,
his
so this is
searches.
the. Oh, interesting.
Why could law enforcement
Whoa.
not trace the calls made by the Long Island serial killer? Why hasn't the Long Island serial killer been caught? Long
Are these
Island.
Google searches?
Yeah, these are his.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa. The names. Whoa. So,
Map
okay,
of
so
all
do you
known
think he's
serial
responsible
killers.
for all of the Long Island serial? Because
No,
there's
just
like, there's
Gilgo.
10 though. No, I know only these 4, but like, why is he searching for all of, you know what I mean?
Check this out. It says one of the suspects' house was right here, and then
It's so
Gilgo Beach.
close.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it's
like,
so super close.
yeah,
Here he
it's
is in
so
high
quick.
school. Look, here's his high
Oh,
school.
wow. You know, he went to school with Billy Baldwin, came on Twitter, and he's like, he graduated from high school with him, he said.
Wow.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, that part of like Long Island is like, it's so close to the beach like that. And like that part of the Ocean Parkway, I mean, it's crazy that it went that long and then they found 10 people. Like, there, you know, when they finally started looking, they found 10 people there.
This is one of the pictures that they had put with it, like in the article. Probably the same one you're talking about, but here's another girl. And it says it down here at the bottom. Here, let's see here. Let me see if I can go see what the screenshot says, because it's easier to read when you have it in front of you, you know.
It says partial skeletal remains of
Jessica
Jessica.
Taylor, an escort working in New York City, were located in a wooded area in Maynardville on July 26, 2023. This one.
2023?
This is 2003.
Oh,
Oh,
is that what it says? It say it's kind of blurry. So just say 20. What's it say? 2003?
2003, yeah, because it said they started, this whole thing started like, I heard 26 years ago, the Long Island.
Yeah,
serial killer.
yeah. So it's okay. So here's the next one. I'm gonna try to read this off like it's a little bit big. The skeletal remains of an Asian male were discovered along Ocean Parkway on April 4th, 2011. Police believe it was a transgender sex worker who'd been dead for up to 5 years. Damn. And these are all linked in that same article. I'll go pull that article too.
Yeah, there's like 10 of them. That's one you were talking about before, Heels.
Here's what it says. Partial skeletal remains of Valerie Mack were located in a wooded area in Maynardville in September 2000. And then these girls were right there with them. Maureen, Melissa, Megan, and Amber Lynn.
so which ones are the ones he's being charged for?
I
The
believe
4.
these 4
These
yeah.
4? Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, but he could be linked to more possibly because
That's
if
what
he's
these
searching.
that's what they're saying. These 3 girls, that these possibly could be his too. You know, they don't know, but
Yeah, could
here's
be.
the 4. Yeah. And
Or
then
he was trying to link his with the Long Island. He was hoping maybe that his ones that the 4 that he did or whatever got linked with the Long Island serial killer. Do you know what I mean? Because if he was searching for that and like cold case, you know, maybe he was hoping. I'm just saying.
What a creep. 10-year-old schoolgirl. Oh my God.
As I say, it says Mistress Long Island, mature escorts Manhattan girl begging for no.
What
Yeah,
is
this
this?
is
This is
gross.
another list of.
Yeah, his fucking nasty ass shit. And here's another one of his little list that he was Googling shit.
Interesting. He's looking for like like, oh, maybe they're, they think that this is part of the serial killer. See, like active 5 most current active serial killers. Maybe he went silent and he was hoping he would get hooked, but I think there's 2. I think there's a Gilgo Beach killer and there's a Long Island serial killer. But there might be some from the Long Island serial killer, like whole thing that he's linked with. Because those 3 or 4, right, were linked with the Gilgo Beach one because of the burlap material that was used. And like and all the DNA, which I think it sounds like they used IgG because he mentioned mitochondrial DNA, which is your mother. It's passed down from your mother, and that's what they use for IgG, investigative, genetic genealogy, which we were thinking is how they were doing, you know, with Brian Kohlberger, but that might be because then they matched it to like a pizza, a box. There was like he threw out a pizza. I don't know if it was in New York City near his apartment, near his office, but they're searching his
Yes.
apartment, his office
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
what they said it was his office. I thought here's this article. There's a lot of stuff in this. It's like a Daily Mail article though, but there's a lot in it. Long Island serial killer is not guilty to 6 counts of murder after
You're breaking up really bad.
didn't do this.
Yeah, they were all found on Gilgo Beach. Those 3 or 4 were all found right there. Right? Or all 10 were found there? I don't know, all 10 were found in the same exact. I thought it was up somewhere further in different places on the Ocean Parkway, but in a similar area.
He's accused of murdering and his own DNA on another's body. Long Island serial killer Rex Heuermann left his wife's hair on 3 of the prostitutes he's accused of murdering and his own on another's body, prosecutors have revealed. Heuermann, 59, was dramatically arrested last night in Midtown Manhattan outside the architectural office on 5th Avenue. 13 years after the bodies were found, there are growing questions over why it took investigators so long to set their sights on him. Police say it was the new DNA forming a task force last year.
Yeah.
Or the new DA forming a task force last year that finally cracked it.
The IGG stuff, because that's like newer, and that's all of a sudden now, you know, being more investigated. And he even said it, we can't talk about it. They're very like hush hush about it, I think, because they don't want people to know their methods about it. But like they said, the same, almost the same thing is going on with Brian Kohlberger. They don't want to say what they do with it. They don't want people to know about it, which I understand. But it sounds like that's what they use, because they said mitochondrial DNA, and we can't really tell more than that. But they could have like been, you know, they could have worked backwards from the way that we think they might have worked backwards from the Brian Kohlberger found, you know, like, you know, narrowed it down to the car. Then they were able to get cell phone records from that, you know, and then
it says Heuermann is suspected of the murders of the Gilgo Beach 4 prostitutes whose remains were found on the Long Island in December 2010. Today, the 6'6" suspect was charged with the murders of Melissa, Barthelemy and Amber Costello and Megan Waterman. Those are the girls that we just showed right here. Those are the right here, because that's Megan, Melissa, and then let's see here.
okay, Jamie Beck in the chat lives right there, and she said all 10 were found in the same exact spot. I just want to correct it because I didn't know exactly that they were all found in Gilgo Beach. Sorry, Jamie, but she
he's
lives right
being
there.
charged
With only 3 to 4.
with 3. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 and maybe linked with another 4th. But yeah, I know. I just wanted to just make sure, because she's like saying in chat that they're all right in Gilgo Beach. Sorry.
No, that's okay. It just says here today, during the initial court appearance, he appeared smug, puffing his cheeks out, nodding as some of the charges were read. He pled not guilty to all 6 charges, 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of second-degree murder. After the hearing, his attorney said he cried to him and said, "I did not do this."
That guy's big. I mean, he's huge. Look at him.
Look how big he is compared to him. 6'6". That's how tall my dad was. He was big.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, man? Them girls were probably had no chance. Huge, you know what I mean? He was super tall, super big. Suffolk County District Attorney Ray Tierney, told the court his teams intended to follow Heuermann, who they have been watching since last year for longer, but feared he would flee the country. Later at a press conference, he and the law enforcement officials said he continued to patronize sex workers. This obviously made us nervous. Wow, we wanted to continue, but we thought it was time to take him off the streets. He has been named as the prime suspect in the murder of Maureen Brainerd, and he also is being investigated for the murders of another 6 women found dead near the beach in 2011.
So they are looking at him for that.
Released their bombshell evidence against him, and this includes his wife's DNA was found on 3 of the victims' bodies. One of his own was found on one of the victims' bodies. Cell phone calls made from a burner phone to the victim were traced to his office. A call made to one of the victim's sisters after she died was traced to his office. His Tinder profile with photos of him was linked to the burner phone. His Chevy pickup seen by witness to one of the victims' disappearance. Okay, let's see. He matches the description of ogre-like man seen with one victim before she vanished. Heuermann conducted graphic searches for CP on images of women being abused. He also searched Google for updates stating why could law enforcement not trace the calls made by the Long Island serial killer. What an arrogant prick. Let's see here. The evidence was laid out in a 32-page letter by Suffolk County DA's office explaining why he shouldn't be granted bail. It details how a new task force set up by Suffolk County last year came across his name within months of investigation. Questions about why previous investigators' units failed to nail him. Heuermann's first link to the case is through the Chevy Avalanche truck that he owned in 2019-2010 when the women were murdered. The vehicle was seen at the homes of at least one of the victims that day before they went missing. Heuermann also matches the description of an ogre-like man who visited one of the victims the night before she died. In that case, he is said to have arranged a meeting with Amber Costello for sex at her home. Costello and a male friend conducted a ruse whereby the friend put their hookup, claiming he was an angry boyfriend. The man who was forced to leave with the money table.
I found the probable cause affidavit was just released, and I put in the back chat.
Why is he taking a selfie?
If you wanted to see it, I don't know.
Yeah, I
There's
was
some
gonna say
maps
it's
and
ugly.
stuff. Yeah, that's the pizza box. I wonder if JLR found it.
Look, I could see him. You know, really, I wonder why he isn't on the Rudy Farias. I bet he could crack that fucking case quick because I'm not bullshitting. He doesn't fuck around. You know, he don't fuck around. He would follow that Janie.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look, I bet he could get to the fucking bottom of it before anybody could.
Right?
I was about that the other day. Like, oh my God, he'd be able to get, if anybody could get to the bottom of that, he would. Yeah, the fucking pizza box. And here's the trash it came out of. Like, they even took a picture of the trash can it came out of.
Yeah, there's a Netflix documentary called Lost Girls about this. Guys.
Oh, yeah.
People were talking about it earlier. I've heard of it. I don't know if I've seen it. I think a while ago.
I'm going to watch it again.
Yeah, me too.
This says, serial killers update 2022, serial killers by state 2023, map of all known serial killers, unsolved serial killer cases, America's 5 notorious cases, 8 terrifying active serial killers we can't find. Megan Waterman.
Sounds like our Google searches, right?
Googled names. He Googled their names, you guys.
Yeah, that's freaky. Each one.
Redacted the name of Melissa Barthelemy. Redacted the name of relative of Megan Waterman. Cops launch Gilgo Beach Homicide Investigation Task Force.
Ruh-roh.
The Long Island murder victims inside the serial killer and Gilgo Beach. Yeah, he was.
I feel like he was trying to figure out if he was going to get grouped in, maybe if he's not responsible for all of them, you know, and maybe like it seems like they got him on these 3, you know. But
here's some more: mistress in Long Island, escorts in Manhattan.
That's the one you read a while ago, I think.
Oh yeah, that is one. Chubby, 10-year-old girl, sick fuck. You sick fuck. Yeah, he's no.
He's not going to go do good in prison. This one.
No, hell no.
Yeah, they need to pass that around in prison.
Yeah, they do, especially after all the shit he looked up. No, fuck that. Sick fucking son of a bitch. Costello met with a customer again and following, he insisted on doing so away from her home. The witness said the customer was between 6'4" and 6'6" with a broad frame and glasses. He lived nearby and he can't even say that where he's still his family, but his Icelandic wife. Okay, let's see here. Was out of town. I wonder if she knows her hair was on these fucking chicks. This car. In that interview I just showed you, we just played this one with where he was talking about the.
They're digging up his backyard, they said right now.
See, this has representatives from the Office of Chief Medical Examiner of the City of New York exit the office building for Rex Heuermann. So they're obviously taking stuff out, whatever.
From his office, yeah. And his house too.
Right, yeah. So let's see here. Here's this. This is a gallery. Let's see here. And this is the picture. I got some of these. Yeah, some of these. This is where I seen some of these. Well, they're the same ones, but yeah. There's the girls, the same one. See? Oh wow, that really don't even look like him, does it?
No, isn't that the girl? I mean, the transgender, the male, like the one right before this, or no? Okay, who is that?
That's like an Asian male. That might be
this
there.
One
might
right
be
here, yes. This one right here, yes. This was the Asian male that was found April 4th, 2011. That was 5 years after the fact.
This is a transgender, yeah.
Yeah.
This shows where they were
I
all
thought this
found.
was interesting. Yeah, because it says Costello 12/13/2010 right here is the first little pink dot here, on the left-hand side. Then it says distance between victim 2 and victim 1 was 0.16 miles. I can't see because this writing's over the top of it, but maybe I'll screenshot it, see if we can't get the.
Yeah, it's very.
But
close,
here it says
all
Costello.
these,
Look, it's like where they're at, where they were all found, like bam, 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 right next to each other. See all their names, like Costello, Barthelemy.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was all so close like
Taylor.
that. Like somebody...
And yeah, and then if you look over here to the side, I don't know if it'll let it move, but over here to the side it says Jane Doe, and then it says toddler. So he murdered a fucking baby.
Well, who knows? That might be unrelated, but they found those when they were looking for the in 2010. So they found these other ones, and he's not yet. He might not be. There might be two different people. I'm saying, you know what I mean? And he might have dumped them there, knowing that. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know.
Wasn't the baby found
with the mother?
Yeah, it seems like there was a DNA match for the baby.
That's a little further down, you see. And these were all around the same. But somebody in the chat lives really close to there. Another person just got back from the speech like today. I've never been to a Gilgo. I used to go to Robert Moses a little bit further down, but it's like this is very close. Like if she just said point to, it's just right. There's like right on the water. There's like dunes and stuff. And there's this Ocean Parkway that you drive to get to and then on the left is like, sometimes, like I could see, and he lives like a few miles like inland in Massapequa, which is really close. Not, kind of close.
Thanks, Katie.
This is all kind of close in Long Island. It's kind of quiet there at night, that area. Ocean Parkway.
Yeah, and very
really
dark, right?
Super dark. I think it's like Robert, and then there's like, I don't know if Robert Moses is the same as Ocean Parkway. It's been so long since I've thought about. I grew up over there, but yeah, it's really dark and desolate. Yeah, Shannon Gilbert. You were talking about her earlier.
Yeah, she's the one they said led to the rest of the.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Which got them looking over there. Yep, she's how they found all the girls, right? Jamie lives right there too, like super duper close to this Patchogue. I know that area. Wow, so within 500 yards of the other. That's super close. That's like
Yeah, they're super close to each other. That's what this was saying.
Yeah.
Like it's got the distance between down here. It's got the distance. It says like, like a half a mile distance between victims 1 and 3 is a half mile.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're all really super close to each other here.
And
You know
how
what I mean?
far? How far does he live?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you showed it a
Couple
while
miles,
ago.
yeah, like not too far away, like a couple
Oh,
miles
is
like
that
inland, like this the beach, and he lives in Massapequa, which is like Jamie would know probably the exact miles. Like I would say like 4 miles, 5 miles tops.
Okay.
Yeah, I was say it'll show in that if it's in that picture that I showed, it'll show it. This is where because this is where I got some. This is his daughter that works with him. She works in the office with him.
Yeah, and it was Shannon Gilbert's phone call. She was the one that was screaming for. If it wasn't for her, they never would have found her. That was the one that you showed on there, Queen, a little while ago. You showed her picture. She's the reason why they even searched that area.
Imagine what her life's going to be like now.
Daughter, you said?
Shannon Gilbert is the reason why they even searched that area. Yeah, only a few miles. Massapequa Park is only a few miles from there, like 4 or 5 miles. Yeah, everybody said a few miles, like 4 or 5. But it's not true. Look up Shannon. Okay, I will. But it's not true. What's not true? Look up Shannon. Yes, Ellie. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, Shannon is the one that. Yeah, I think. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so this
she
is
must
his
be
daughter.
devastated.
Hanover's daughter Victoria works with him at the architectural firm where he was arrested last night.
Can you imagine?
His first marriage in 1990. He has since remarried. And it says an aerial view of the area near Gilgo Beach and Ocean Parkway on Long Island, basically where the girls were at. This is where he would put them, right?
God, imagine finding out your father has done this shit.
Yeah, that's.
I can't even.
Man.
He's still in jail, I hope. Or did he bond out?
He pleaded not guilty. I don't know yet. I don't know. I know that they just like released, like put the documents in the back of their arraignment. I mean the probable cause affidavit. Yeah, that's Shannon Gilbert. That was Shannon Gilbert back, the one that she made the 911 call, and they released it like 2 years after, but that's like kind of what led.
That's not Shannon
Before
Gilbert.
No, I thought that was the one that. No,
No,
okay,
that's
am I
not
wrong?
Shannon Gilbert.
No, okay. I thought somebody was saying that. Okay, I didn't chat. I'm so confused. I'm sorry. No bond.
I don't think they think Shannon Gilbert was murdered.
Well, she disappeared. They don't know.
They found her in the place she drowned.
Basically saying the skeletal remains of an Asian male were the skeletal remains of an Asian male were discovered along Ocean Parkway April 4, 2011. Was believed to be a transgender. Had been dead up to 5 years. That was this. I thought that's who this was, but I guess this is a sketch of both of them. Like what he would like a
That's what I
male,
was thinking. Yeah, that's what I asked.
Male, like what she would look like as a female and what he would look like if he was a male. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think they did a sketch of both.
I guess.
But
yeah, Ellie,
Shannon
Gilbert.
Shannon. That is her. I just looked it up. Look it up. That is
Which one's Shannon? That guy?
The girl. Right,
yeah, because it says a suspect has been arrested in connection with Long Island's notorious Gilgo Beach. Among the victims was Shannon Gilbert, who was found dead in a swamp in Oak Beach in 2011, about a quarter mile from where she was last seen alive.
I thought that was the Asian.
No, that's like some guy.
Can you scroll up? Okay, I don't understand.
Shannon Gilbert, and they released the 911 call like 2 years later, which led them to finding all those bodies.
Right, but they said she drowned.
Yeah,
they never considered her.
No, but because of her where she was, I guess they thought she was also like I think a sex worker, and she thought somebody was after her and made a 911 call, and I think that 911 call is what led them to search this area. I don't know. Let me know, guys, if I'm like saying it wrong. I don't.
Yeah, because I'm real confused.
That's the Asian male. Yeah, I know that's the Asian male.
A suspect has been arrested in connection with the Long Island.
Yeah. The skeletal remains of an Asian male were discovered along Ocean Parkway in April 4, 2011. Police transgender sex worker who had been dead for up to 5 years.
Okay, so that's not
And then
Shannon.
the picture. It's the picture with it.
But it,
Yeah,
And
I don't
that's
know.
it. I
People
don't
don't know
see- there's
why
no-
that other guy. We don't know why that guy's in there. Somebody
or
said.
if that was Shannon Gilbert wasn't transgender, was she?
I know,
He's
here,
also a
we'll go.
victim. He's also a victim, like Shannon, that guy, the Asian
Yeah,
male.
was Shannon
Okay.
Gilbert? I'm gonna have to look at chat because I'm so confused.
Shannon Gilbert was the one that made the call. I know that. Okay, yes, Jamie said I'm right. Thank goodness, because Jamie knows she's local. Okay, so just Shannon made the phone call, which led
Yes,
to
I
the
think she.
yeah, and she did drown in a swamp. Yes, but she did make a phone call that was released 2 years
Right,
later,
look,
which
I
led to
just
them
Googled.
searching. Okay, good.
Okay.
Just Google Shannon right here. Look, and it says Shannon news about Shannon Gilbert murdered right here. And it's
So she was transgender.
I believe so. I didn't want to like start guessing and then get canceled for like saying, you know what I mean? I don't know, saying the wrong thing.
But it's
I'm
showing it
so
the
worried.
picture. It's
Yeah.
showing the picture and saying it, but I just didn't know.
And this one, yeah,
I
and the other one,
hadn't
I
heard
don't know
that.
for sure.
I watched that.
Here's
Yeah.
some of the other pictures. I'm guessing like some of the other pictures they have out.
No, everybody's saying no, no, no. Yeah, that's her. She's not in the movie. No, she's not. She's not.
Yeah,
No, it's
she has
wrong.
nothing to do with this in a way other than the fact that that audio of that 911 call was released, which led them to find if it wasn't for her that 911 call, and they never would have searched this part of like
Yeah, I knew all
Gilgo
that.
Beach.
The only part I didn't know is that she was
Not
transgender
involved.
because I remember seeing the
Oh, okay. And
the
she's not
movie
the Asian
about.
male. He's a different body there too. Yes, got it, Jamie. The Asian male is another one there. Okay,
Oh, I knew she
thank you,
wasn't
Gina.
Asian
You're not going
male.
to cancel or break up with me. I just don't. Okay, good. I got it. Okay, Jamie. Jamie knows what's going on. She lives really right there, super duper duper close. And as she said, right now it's all over the local news. And somebody on like
Me either,
Twitter
Chevy.
just said that they were like, they were looking. Maybe they'll find some more evidence. You know what I mean? In his house. Sounds like he's going along thinking he was fine, thinking he might have been like linked up with the other murders. The
Yeah,
Long
I
Island
wouldn't.
serial killer.
Shannon Gilbert didn't have anything to do with anything other than she was murdered. She made a phone call and they searched for her body, which when they did, they found these other girls who were linked back to him.
Right,
Those are very
except they
close
don't
to
think she was
where.
murdered, is what I
Yeah,
keep hearing. They
yeah,
don't
that
think she
she
was
might have
murdered.
drowned in a swamp, but she was. There was like a suspicious phone call, so who knows? Yeah, but it was very close to where that Gigolo Beach strip, where a lot of those bodies where all those bodies were found, right there. All 10 bodies were found. Some a little further away than I think the 3 that he's being, arraigned for.
Yeah, Shannon Gilbert's mother
I
was
thought they
killed
said
by her sister.
three first-degree murder charges and 3 second-degree murder charges.
Yeah.
Unless they charged him, but
Independent thinker, who's saying? I'm asking because she talking to you, Ellie?
I'm not saying
I
no,
was
I
saying
only
that
said
independent
one.
thinker.
Okay.
Well, I asked it because she was separate from. She was there but separated, right? They don't think she was part of the
Yeah, exactly.
murdered ones, and I
She
don't
wasn't
remember.
even found there. She was found like in a swamp. She wasn't found there, but she was it led them to search there because where she must have made that phone call from was very close to there. That's how I believe it. But
Right, and also it said that on her picture that right it said transgender female, or they kept calling her a male. That's what I was wondering why they were saying a male, and it had male under her picture. So
not because she was separate, because she was trans. Or I mean, no,
yeah,
she
that has
wasn't
nothing to do with it.
found.
It's
She was
just
found in a swamp close by. I don't think she was found in that strip on Gigolo Beach. She was found somewhere else. But I think
yeah, I
where she
don't
made
think
the
so
phone
either.
call was close to there. But she was found a little bit further away. We're not saying because she's trans, she's not include. I don't.
I know. I'm asking because I watched it. For one, it was saying a male under her picture. You know what I mean? Like instead of saying, it did say transgender on there, but then calling her a male, I don't know. That was just wrong, I guess. They're not up to speed. Heels.
Sorry if I said
I just
anything. I didn't mean to
noticed
say
your name.
anything.
I'm not
Okay.
worried about it. They can, whatever.
I know everybody I think has residual, like, is mad at me for last week.
Well,
Oh.
moving
Wait,
forward,
now
here's the
she was saying she wasn't. Wait.
well,
let her
trigger warning. If
continue.
you guys want to get mad, you can hate me. I don't give two shits.
And
So here's
Shannon.
come up, says Shannon Gilbert, Long Island Killer, says, here's the 911. Shannon Gilbert's 911 call. So we're about to play it. Trigger warning. If you don't want to hear it, get out. Give you a few minutes. Let me put this on. Trigger warning, just in case. I've never heard it. I don't know if it's bad, but just in case it is, there's a warning for you.
I'm sorry? There's somebody after me. Where are you? There's somebody after me. Okay, where are you? There's somebody after me. Where are you, ma'am? I don't know. You're driving right now? No, I'm inside a house. I'm sorry? I'm inside a house. What house? I don't know. Can you say where I am? I'm sorry? Can you say where I am? No, I can't. What's your callback number you're calling from? Huh? What phone number are you calling from? Somebody's after me. Please. Are you in Suffolk County or Nassau County? I'm in Long Island. Where on Long Island are you? No. No. What's the matter? Are you okay? What are you going to do? What are you going to do to me? You freaking me out. Come on. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Let's go back to Manhattan. Right? We're in Long Island. We're up near the water. Please, stop. Me, Mike. Brother, come on. No. State police. Yeah, there's somebody after me. I'm sorry? There's somebody after me. Where are you?
That doesn't. I mean, she just said there's somebody after me. Is there more? Is there more to this call, or is this it? Is this all of it?
No, I just think the proximity to where they were found is the big part of it. I don't think it's necessarily like
If you
know,
could
the
hear him
call.
say, "We're next to the water." You're next to the water.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where they ended up.
Let me go find a different one.
Ooh. Yeah, I know there's like, sometimes there's, are you there? You guys there?
I'm here. I had it on mute.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
I was going, I'm here, but I was reading chat.
Yeah, I don't know
It's
who
a
said
shambles.
transgender first. I'm sorry. I thought Heels was talking about that picture. So I said, okay, that person is transgender. I didn't know. I was just saying, okay, that's that
Yeah, don't worry
person.
about it.
And it
Don't worry
doesn't
about
matter.
it.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, good.
Yeah,
We're
just
dropping
don't
it
worry
in.
about it because
Okay, good.
people are going to get offended at whatever.
Yeah.
But the reason I asked was because I thought they mislabeled because it said he. You know what I mean? It said a
Got
male's
it.
body, and I'm
Got
like,
it. But I think somebody said that the Asian male was the transgender one. So
they mislabeled that one picture. That's why I kept saying, is she
oh.
transgender? Because it said
Oh, got it. See how that's where it started.
a
Okay.
male.
Yeah,
And
but they're
certainly,
talking about the other guy.
gosh,
Talking
so
Ellie because
confusing.
you're.
Yeah, so I thought then that male picture was
Wait, what did I just saw?
maybe they were
What did
showing
Jamie
the
just say?
costume.
And also her
I'm not
seeing
going
a
to read
spot.
the chat anymore. They're pissing me off.
All right.
And they
I don't
found,
like when you get yelled at.
yeah, the killing field. Okay, sorry. They found the killing field on Giglo. Gotcha, Jamie. There's
All
like
right,
a whole
ready?
area called the killing field. I think, which
Okay,
is a
ready?
documentary.
Ellie, take a break for a sec. You ready for a sec? You ready?
Ready.
All right, here we go.
Kevin Byra, the commanding officer of the Suffolk County Police Homicide Section. This video was made to explain the circumstances surrounding the 3 911 calls made on the day Shannon Gilbert went missing. The full, unedited 911.
Hold the phone. There's 3 fucking 911 calls.
I'm scared to talk.
No, don't be.
I'm just kidding.
Look, I swear to God, I wish she was next to me because I sure would just shove you right now. Don't you fucking start with me. God damn it. All right. How many? Okay, so there's 3 fucking calls, right? She fucking 3 calls.
I guess so, yeah.
Listen to my bird in there. She's going off too, damn it.
Everybody's in shambles. What's today?
The
Is it
birds in
Friday?
shambles too.
Friday. It's the Friday shambles. Look, smoke them if you got them. Damn, that's it.
calls are available, and I encourage people to listen to them in their entirety. Portions of the call taken out of context will sound sensational. During the early morning hours of May 1st, 2010, Shannon Gilbert, a Craigslist sex worker and resident of Jersey City, New Jersey, traveled from Manhattan to meet a client, Joseph Brewer, at his home at 8 The Fairway, Oak Beach, New York. Shannon was driven to Oak Beach from Manhattan by her driver, Michael Pack. Neither one was familiar with the area, neither one had been there before, and neither one had met Brewer before. Pack waited in the car while Shannon was inside with Brewer. Pack was her de facto security. At 4:51 a.m., while at Brewer's house, Shannon called 911. This call lasts for more than 21 minutes. At times, Shannon is speaking calmly, but slurring her words. At times, she is not responsive, and at times, she is screaming. During this call, Brewer and Pack are heard trying to get Shannon to leave the house. Shannon eventually does leave the house and runs to Gus Coletti's house, located at 17 The Fairway, which causes him to call 911 at 5:22 a.m.
State Police, Trooper Fry. State Police.
Yeah, there's somebody after me.
I'm sorry?
There's somebody after me.
Where are you?
There's somebody after me.
Okay, where are you?
There's somebody after me.
Where are you, ma'am?
I don't know.
You're driving right now?
No, I'm inside the house.
I'm sorry?
I'm inside the house.
What house?
I don't know. Can you trace where I am?
I'm sorry?
Can you trace where I am?
No, I can't. What's your callback number you're calling from?
Huh?
What phone number are you calling from?
Somebody's after me. Please.
Are you in Suffolk County or Nassau County?
I'm in Long Island.
Where on Long Island are you?
No. 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 No, stop, no.
Where in Long Island are you? In Suffolk County? Nassau County?
Huh? Why? Why you call me by my name? Why?
County, you on the line?
Stop. Please. Stop it, please. Please stop. Please. Can you shut the door?
No, time to go.
Please. Please. Please.
Go that way, please. Come on, let's go. Come on, roll that side. Come on, go.
I wonder who's talking. Okay, so it says Joseph Brewer and Audible, but Shannon, please, Joseph, come on, let's go. We'll all go outside. Come on, going outside, all of us. Come on, all of us. Come on, we're all going outside. Come on.
Who?
What were you gonna say?
I was just wondering who Joseph Brewer is because I can't remember.
I'm thinking it's the guy she's talking to.
Right, but she's asking for help. I think this is the guy whose house she went to and then she ran away from, and that's when she got, like, nobody saw her again.
Well, they said Joseph is the doctor.
Right.
He's the one that she was meeting, it said, in Oak Beach. Joseph Brewer.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
The doctor, yeah. But where I looked up Oak Beach and where Giglo Beach was found, and it's like it's just up
Gilgo.
the beach. Giglo, yeah, it was like right up the shore. I mean, not like super duper close, but like maybe it's like sometimes they say like Oak Beach, Gilgo Beach or something together. I think it's like kind of just like, you know, so she might never know exactly where she was, but it was like, that's probably why they
Wait,
switched
is
there.
it Gilgo or Giglo? Because you're saying
Giglo.
it comes up one
Giglo?
way.
I say
It
it
comes
Giglo.
up
I'm from New York, though. Giglo.
Gilgo.
Gilgo. Gilgo.
But
Gilgo?
they had accused this guy of it,
What was I
right?
saying?
Of
I'm sorry.
doing something to her. Giglo?
I don't
Yeah.
fucking say it right or wrong.
Gilgo. Gilgo.
Gilgo?
You.
Like, where's B Tim to mess it up? And
I
say
don't know where
which
Beats
words
Beats
are
probably ain't even
hard.
off of work yet. Shit.
Oh yeah, we need him to mess it up. Gilgo, I'm taking over for him. I
Right,
keep saying
where
it
the hell's
different. It's not
Beats in that?
Giglio. I said that the other time because I was combining like a beach out here with a beach out there. Giglo.
Gildo.
Giglo. I don't know.
So this guy, I remember watching them go after him, thinking he had done something, right? Like they tore his life apart trying to figure it out. That doctor.
Joseph Brewer. Yeah, I think because that's where she's meeting him.
Why is he saying, come on, all of us? I wonder.
I don't know.
Is it Giglo or Gildo or what?
It's Gilgo, right, guys?
Gilgo. Okay.
Gilgo. I think Gilgo. What was I even saying? Poor Ellie. Yeah.
Get it together, Ellie. Damn, just even.
Gilgo. I know. I have my shit is just all over the Gilgo. Got it. Gilgo. Got it. Everyone is saying it. Oh God. Yeah, Grandma Sherry said Gilgo like dildo.
I know, I was gonna say.
I was gonna say that sounded like
I
a little
said
something, something else. There goes Ben dreaming. Look.
Yeah.
God, Grandma Sherry just read my mind.
You guys,
I love
look
it.
at you guys, you dirty minds. Look at you.
Yep, I was gonna say dildo,
Go
but
right
G's
there,
instead of D.
Grandma.
Good Lord, we need a stiff one. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It is. It's almost 5 o'clock. It's 5:45.
No, please.
Oh, okay, Michael is there. He is the driver and Joseph's the client. Gotcha.
Please. Why?
What's the matter? Are you okay?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to me? Why?
Huh?
Well, I don't know. But it was transferred to me. Why? No. What are you gonna tell me?
It's running through, I think it's Suffolk County on the left side for the Suffolk County Manhattan.
Why are you gonna call Suffolk County?
You freaking me out, come on.
I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Let's go back to Manhattan, all right? We're in Long Island, we're out near the water.
Please stop.
Me, Mike, brother, come on.
No, stop it, please. Hello?
Hello?
Please.
What's the matter? What happened? Hello?
Please, get me out of here, please.
Hello?
You're being sarcastic about this. You were part of this all along.
I have met him just now.
Shannon then ran from Brewer's house at 8 the fairway to Gus Coletti's house at 17 the fairway, a distance of 0.2 of a mile.
Shannon.
Shannon interacts with Coletti. He invites her inside his home.
Shannon.
Somebody at you? Huh?
Hello? Hello?
Don't keep yourself hurt. Where you going? Wait a minute. Where you going? Where you going?
She then runs from Coletti's home, prompting Coletti to call 911. After Coletti's call, Shannon then runs another 0.2 miles to another home at 43 The Bayou, prompting a third 911 call made at 5:30 a.m. by Barbara Brennan.
Suffolk Police 873 was location of emergency.
Yes, I live at Oak Beach in the association. There's a young girl about 14 years old running around here screaming, and there's some guy trying to follow her.
What's the address there?
I'm at 17 The Fairway.
All right. You have a description of the girl or the boy?
Pardon me?
Do you have a description of the girl or the boy?
The girl is about 14 years old, got blonde hair, very small. The boy, I can't tell. He was into like a Suburban.
What color?
Black.
Did you happen to get a plate number or any phone?
No, I didn't.
Okay, telephone number you're calling from?
Fourth.
Are they still on the fairway?
They just went past the gatehouse where the entrance is.
And what's the name of the complex?
It's Oak Beach Association.
Okay.
Out at by Robert Moses.
All right. We got somebody over there.
I'll be watching.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Suffolk Police 875. What is the location of your emergency?
43 The Bayou. Some woman is knocking at my door.
What town are you in?
Oak Beach Association.
What's the nearest corner street now?
Ocean Parkway. She says she's in danger.
Do you know her or no?
No, I don't. I'm not letting her in.
She's banging on your door now?
Yes.
Did she say what kind of danger?
No.
Oh.
And we live in a gated community.
What's your name, ma'am?
Barbara Brennan.
What's there a name to that community?
Oak Beach Association.
Oak Beach Association.
And I have an elderly mother here.
All right, I'll get somebody right over there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is drone footage and footage shot from the ground showing the marshland. It was taken at the same time of year and time of day as when Shannon went missing. These reeds can grow over 12 feet tall. They can disorient someone inside them, causing them to lose a sense of direction. One cannot tell where the highway is or where the bay is. The reeds and brush can become impenetrable in places. There's a trench running east and west through the marshland. This was created to allow mosquito control. It is believed that Shannon followed this trench. Personal belongings of hers were found just north of the trench. Shannon's remains were found north of the trench, about 158 feet south of Ocean Parkway, approximately 3/4 mile from where she was last seen. There has been information received during the course of this investigation that other people might be involved in this incident. They have all been investigated, and there is no reason to believe at this time that anyone else is involved in this tragic series of events. The police responded to Coletti and Brennan's 911 calls. Pack, Brewer, and Shannon were all gone. Gus Coletti provided a description of Pack's car, which was also gone. This created the possibility that Shannon had been driven out of the area, which caused a delay in the initial search for her. The police department has thoroughly investigated this case for more than a decade. The official cause of Shannon's death is undetermined.
So it's still undetermined. The movie's called Lost Girls. Yeah, we need to watch that. But she did lead to the other bodies, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
But like you said, it's like very disorienting. Those dunes and brush. They're like these really pointy things, and like they said, they can get really high and it could lead to water. And like they said, she was found in a swamp. She could have just like fell and got disoriented.
Yeah.
Not knowing that there was like water. Who knows?
But I wonder
Or
why
if
she
somebody
was
could have dumped her.
screaming.
Yeah, that's crazy though. You never. I mean, or it could be somebody was following her that way, and But if there's no other form, of like death, that they could figure out. Unless how long was she there for? Do you know? Before they discovered her.
Mm. So weird.
Yeah, why was she screaming? That was scary. That was a little haunting, It was a haunting. She was definitely in a wealthy doctor house in a gated community. Yeah, that Oak Beach
But why
community.
was she in his house? That Joseph
They found her
Brewer?
later. How later, Jamie? How later did they find her? That day? I mean, did they find her right away? And then that letter to all the other ones. And they were looking for her.
Yeah, I remember that about the truck driver, Aaron.
It could be drowning because drowning is hard to like. Sometimes it becomes undetermined drowning. Remember with Kylie Rodney? I mean, we know it was drowning, but you know what I mean. Like there's like a drowning. I met just like there's a lot of people that spoke about drowning deaths and how they're hard to kind of. She was found in water, Yeah, but it's like sometimes it's months. Oh, see, months. See, that's so hard. Like that's what the whole thing with Kylie Rodney. Like they
Joseph
knew.
was a client.
Remember, like how they were talking about like the amount of alcohol in Kylie Rodney's system, and like how they couldn't see if there was like, well, I mean, there was water in her whole body. Like it wasn't like after a certain amount of time. I remember like that. She went on duty Ron. Barbara, I forget her name exactly right now. I don't know why, but she talked about like that drowning deaths are super duper hard to determine. So maybe that's why it's undetermined. Do you know what I mean? Especially if it
Yeah.
was months, like it could have been like, but it could be, yeah, and like they would be able to still tell certain things even after months, like blunt force trauma or gunshot wound or stabbing. I think they would be able to. I don't know how much they'd be able to tell after months, though, in a swamp. That's tough.
Liz, that's what I think I remember. I thought I remembered something about the guy that went to pick her up had something to do with, I thought her pimp, but just kind of trying to remember.
He hired her and took her to his house with more men inside. She wasn't down with that, Grain said. Barbara Butcher, yes. I knew it was a Barbara.
What? Yeah, Barbara Butcher is what propelled Duty Ron into, like, I don't even know how many subs. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm sorry,
overnight.
B still said that is how her son drowned. I feel like
I
that's
love,
such a tough. I'm so sorry.
what
It's a
happened?
tough one. But Be Still, she's like always talks about how she's lost her son drowned.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that I remember with the Kylie Rodney, I mean, I feel like that was like a tough thing for people. Like, I feel like drowning is a tough thing for people to digest. You know what I mean? And remember with all the Kylie, people wanted to like, in a way, maybe like blame it on somebody other than like some kind of natural, like that she drove into the water. Remember, that was a big, like, I think, thing for a lot of people.
Shannon was missing a year
Brewer
and a
was a
half.
doctor. Oh, a year and a half. Wow. Wait. Wow. So what happened
Yeah,
in
Brewer
between?
was a doctor, but I think, did he hire her?
Yeah.
And Michael was her
Yeah.
driver? Pimp?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they were saying before. Everybody was
Okay.
saying in chat.
Yep.
Wait, was she that young?
I
Too?
don't.
You say, well, the person that I witnessed on the call that
I
saw
don't think she
her.
was 14.
Yeah, right, guys. Like, how old was she exactly? I thought she was like 17 or 18. Or
She had
older.
80. She had ads, just like the rest of the women. Right, chick. Did you see the
What is ADS?
Lost Girls or whatever it was that maybe it was a documentary about Shannon, but I could have sworn they said he was sent to pick her up. But I could be totally wrong because it's been a long time. Because yeah, she had a back page ad. That's why I kept asking if these four.
Oh, ads. I was like, what is ads?
I
Yeah.
know
They were
ADS. What is
saying,
ADS?
yeah. No, they said, I was reading earlier that like they would have ads in like Craigslist and like Backstage, which is like, do you know what Backstage is? It's like a local
Yeah, back
it's like
back page.
your back. Oh, I was thinking Backstage was Backpage. Okay. About my
Yeah, it's
Backstage. That's
back page.
interesting. Oh, okay. Because remember, Backstage came up with like Molly. Okay, but yeah, Backpage. Got it. That's like a classified, almost like kind of like a hookup, like kind of like Craigslist, but like before that,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
had
Okay.
those
I was like, it's like Backstage. That's weird. Okay. Oh
back
gosh.
page.
I was like, what
Her
the fuck
driver
is
was
going on?
really her pimp, kind of, or security. Lippia saying it too.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah. Oh,
okay,
interesting.
chick. I don't
Michael.
know, chick. Don't know what to tell you.
These for the Giglio beach killing Drex. Yeah. Or the other. Yeah, I really feel like
He
that.
drove her to all her calls for safety. Okay.
Oh, interesting. I feel like Rex. Um, I don't know. I want to keep wanting to call him Max, but his name is Rex. I feel like his like Google searches and stuff shows that he was kind of trying to like see if his murders could kind of get grouped in with the Long Island serial killer murders, possibly, right? Because then he also searched like Giglio murder.
Right.
Right, yeah.
So chick is saying that all of the girls, the ones that he's accused of murdering, they were all back page.
Backpage, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
they all had
all
ads.
Backpage. Mm-hmm. Backpage the same as the others.
Mine.
Oh, that's who's got it.
So Shannon was back page too, but
That
yeah,
just
they
might have
stopped
been
being
like the
allowed.
way that like all maybe a lot that was like the form of that, you know. Maybe that was just like the the method only at the time, because it was like if it was early on like 2003, it was, I mean, there was internet, but it wasn't like internet now, like with Tinder, because like that this Rex guy is like he was using Tinder like currently. They were looking into his Tinder stuff, and he was like searching so he was still like at it. So I bet they've been like, I wonder how long they were investigating him.
Good to hear, Gina. I'm glad that happened. Someone paid the bill for her. For her dad.
I'll never forget that again. I feel like I want to. I wonder if I'm going to ask my mom if I've ever been there, because I've been to both on either side. I could see us going. It's like when you drive, you just like you kind of just you can go to any beach. Like and like.
What are you talking about?
About the beaches, about Gilgo Beach. I'm talking about Gilgo.
Sitting here trying so hard to follow him like that.
I know. I'm sorry. I was looking at the chat, and they're all like Gilgo.
Oh, okay. So you're talking to chat. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at you in chat. It's so funny. Gilgo. I just never heard of it before, but I just haven't lived in Long Island for a long time.
Yeah. Is Capone in here trying to make trouble?
I think so.
Well,
Capone, what's going on?
Don't be trying to make trouble. I think I've been blocked personally.
We need somebody to be like Laura and be like, Capone,
yeah.
You're gonna get out.
I don't see him either.
Shut up or get out.
Yeah.
Be nice.
And a few choice names.
Or we could be like, what does Laura say? We're not gonna even talk to you unless you're gonna do a super chat.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Everybody ignore her. Capone, unless. Oh my god. Funny.
Capone is shaming you because you can't have children. Oh, where's the wrench? Where's the wrench?
Oh my god, Capone, be nice. Capone.
Laura's mods would never do something like that. She said they wouldn't.
Right. I was gonna say. Now, see, she said they had the nicest chat ever. I don't understand why you're over here doing
Nicest chat on YouTube, right?
Right. If you're in the nicest chat on YouTube, then why are you over here doing that?
Yeah. Well, he needs to go.
Come on. Right. I was gonna say, come on. You need to get your simp, Laura. Come on.
But I don't see him, so I.
Oh.
He's lost.
Hey, Tim. Speaking of Laura Sims.
What? Laura Sims? Whoa.
Laura.
About to be hated by me again.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm sure the opposite.
Oh my god. About to hate you some more, just like everyone else.
Oh, good. Perfect. That was my.
No, it's the usuals. That's pretty interesting. Like, I didn't know this. I didn't even hear about this whole case, really. I was like in and out all day because I was out, so.
Good, Johnson. Hey, Cappy.
Pretty interesting. Hi, Army Vet.
Hi, B. Tim.
Hey,
How are you?
Gills. Nothing much. The usual. Work. You know, I can't just, be like selling soap in my house. I can't do that.
Yeah. We're working too over here, so.
Let me see. No one times me out.
You're probably familiar with the Gilgo Beach, and I only know how it's pronounced from the word dildo to Gilgo. Thanks to Grandma Sherry.
I didn't know about this case actually until today, actually. So.
Really?
Brooklyn.
No.
He doesn't know about Long Island. Brooklyn people don't really mess. I mean, they do, but they don't know, unless they go.
Yeah, I know about it, and I'm nowhere near there.
I did see like Makeup Mobster put up like that little because he was like on a trailer for like being advertised for a YouTube thing. I was like, whoa. Was he like what's the situation? Was he like how did they get him particularly? Because I'm just in and out. Maybe you could just give me like a little bit of a refresher. I'm sorry.
It's a long story.
But a pizza box at the end for his DNA. Like
So they
I think the DNA solved it.
Was it like okay? So basically, it was like Koberger. Basically, they
could be
waited
a
till
little
he got to-
IgG because they talked about a little mitochondrial DNA stuff, but
What
they
was-
like traced like his burner phones and
Because he would when you call up like the people like
Back page.
Oh, he would
Back
use
page
back
girl.
page.
Yeah,
they have
back
like
page
direct
girl.
links. To
Yeah, that's the reason why Backpage was actually taken out is because because of a lot of prostitution that was occurring there.
Yeah.
And it's like an unsafe situation, I guess.
Okay, can somebody please get rid of unclone because I just saw what he wrote.
What'd you write that phone?
God doesn't make mistakes. Danny can't have kids for a reason. She would be Letitia's stock. That's why. Do I need to jump down from here and grab my wrench? Yeah, I guess I should.
But you're supposed okay, but we're supposed to believe you're autistic, right? We're supposed to believe that.
You know what gets me annoyed with this little piece of shit? Here it is. We're talking about a case. We're not even talking about like Laura because we don't give a fuck about her. She's a snake. She's a no good fucking snake. She secretly recorded fucking Zav, then released it for fucking YouTube views. She's a fucking liar. She's an idiot and she's a fool. And you're just a bigger fool following her.
Jones took care of it. She timed him out.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna blast your little asshole over YouTube for that, you little fucker.
Just timed him out. Okay. I think I would do more than that, but
Yeah, I mean, like the guy's like a loser. I mean, like it's just unbelievable. He learned his behavior from his queen. Yeah, the guy's like a fucking loser. Laura's an idiot.
well, that's her best mod with her best buddy. That would say something like that.
Yeah, and of course they're innocent and most love people. Okay, man. I honestly think like Laura's like pretty despicable. I mean, like one thing that like really kind of like got to me was with the whole situation with that Manaman's react and how she just like huffed and like impatient when they were like trying to read the letter of the grieving parents. Like parents.
There's your comment, you little fucking back assword bastard. There's your fucking comment right there.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
I sure hope you're proud of it.
Yeah. But anyway, going
Yeah,
back.
I've seen Nenny take care of Laura real quick before.
Yeah.
I loved
No,
it.
I just think
I
he's
wish I
just.
still had it.
I
Go
just think
ahead.
he's a fucking loser.
You're the
That
loser.
begs for no, I'm talking about him. That
Right. Yes.
begs for fucking attention because for his fucking Laura, whose channel is dying because she's disingenuous and she stands for nothing. She doesn't even stand for fucking children. It's fucking disgusting, unbelievable. She'll do anything for views, even like make a debate and defend like autopsy pictures to be released. It's fucking believable. And then she's worried about being sued by 10 to Life, and then she walks back her thing, says, "I heard it from a chat." Well, ma'am, that doesn't protect you from defamation because you
Why
heard
does
it from
she
a
worry
chat.
about? I mean, what happened with 10 to Life?
She was spreading a rumor about 10 to Life showing autopsy photos,
I
and
thought
it's
I saw that.
yeah, and she was spreading misinformation because that has never been proven, nor there is anything to show it. Basically, and then basically 10 to Life went on Twitter and says, "Oh, anyone that brings this up, I will do legal action against you." So I brought that up yesterday, and suddenly she's walking back her comment because she realizes, oh fuck, I don't want to get sued by 10 to Life because she's
Oh, yeah.
dumb.
Yeah.
But
She'll back off them.
because she says something without backing up with facts. Like she does the opposite of whatever you're supposed to do. You're supposed to like pull up a clip and you say, "Oh, this is 10 to Life. This is what she did here." But she doesn't. She says it and then expects everyone else to fucking look into it for her. And it's like, no, I'm not taking that. I mean, like, why don't you do your own research? Why don't you stop making candles and do your own fucking research instead of just like basically doing React, the laziest content ever, because you're too lazy to actually do any research anymore because you don't give a fuck about this platform. So, I mean, honestly, I'm sorry to bring a little bit like a little bit drama into it because I was wanted to talk about the case, but like it's just fucking stupid. It's like get that back to researching cases and maybe people will actually listen to you. But you're just a react channel. You basically fucking just react to everything Queen does, and it's fucking pathetic. Move the fuck on. Go to something else. You're really fucking pathetic at this point. And you defend the most stupidest positions ever without even like a foundation of an argument. I mean, it's the dumbest thing you'll ever sit through. So, I mean, your argument was terrible. Even like that Management React guy was laughing at you. Everyone was laughing at you. There was not one person that agreed with you in that chat, in that panel. No one. No one agrees with you because you're dumb.
Yeah, she just likes to be the opposite. You know.
Listen, I love playing devil's advocate too, but some things you don't play devil's advocate with. You know what I mean? Like, certain debates, I just say to myself, yeah, it's not fun to really debate and also you sometimes have to have a good argument. You have to be a little bit witty. But she has no. Why did he have to put B2 mood? Yeah, no, it's just like you have to be like witty, you have to be smart and everything. She's just not. She's not witty, she's not smart. She doesn't do any research. She just really goes for the most ridiculous arguments, like, "Oh, isn't it time to forgive because your name has God in it?" Well, no, you have to repent, moron. If you don't repent, then there's no point in fucking forgiving someone unless you want to get punched in the face continuously. My name is not Jesus Christ. I don't forgive everyone unless they start fucking repenting. So.
And it's weird because I saw that 10 to Life somewhere. I saw it. I think it was a post. And
Yes,
I was shocked.
Yeah, okay. And just be careful of what you say, though. I mean, I'm just really.
But she said that, right? And that's how I found it. I mean, I saw it in a post and I was like,
yes,
I've never heard that.
She's spreading that little misinformation there. She doesn't want to back it up with
I
facts.
didn't believe it for a minute. I mean, that was weird.
I think
so. That's probably where it started.
You know what? Speaking of, Annie reached out to me. She said, "I heard that you were, trying to help clear my name with that bullshit." Well, she didn't say that, but she, that the rumors and stuff. And I appreciate that. I said, no problem. You know what I mean? I know that I've known you a long time, and I don't think you would ever. I've never heard of you saying nothing like that ever.
Okay.
Yeah, I reached out to Annie. I was like, dude,
yeah,
I know you didn't do this, but can I just get some verification? Because I want.
Did Laura's the one that started it?
We want to straighten this out. Yes, Laura said it, and she straight up said, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, that she straight up said you posted autopsy pics.
Yeah, she did twice, and then she said.
First, I thought she said, "You've done something like this." I think she started off with that, and then followed it with, you posted autopsy pics.
Yes,
And-
and now she's backing up and says, I heard it from my chat.
Oh, well, they never steer you in the wrong direction, do they, Laura?
I'm sure that will work in front of a judge when you get a fucking complaint and you have to do an answer and it says, well, my defense, Your Honor, is I heard it from the chat. So I ran with this rumor without any proof.
And he's not playing around either. Like she has,
Yeah, she has a big channel.
She has a big channel, and she has like a new whole thing, like a new podcast going on. She's got a lot going on. You know what I mean?
Well, the problem is that this fucking whole thing is huge, and if it did damage her brand, and she lost, like, for instance, like sponsors, because I think she does for sponsors. I think one time I saw her, she was like sponsoring Palantir or something like that, the treadmill, and she lost sponsors because you were rumors. Then she could go after you for tortious interference with her business for spreading a bullshit rumor. So you got to be careful, especially when you say shit like that. But of course, she never thinks. Now, if you were actually factual, you would say to yourself, okay, maybe you would look her up and you say, okay, maybe she would put up news clips or things like that with like actual, because that's what I think she said. She said like news clips and things from the news or something like that. That's the thing that she put up. Which, by the way, could be pretty graphics at time, because, like, for instance, I didn't know this until like I listened to Josh. Like Paradise, the West Memphis 3, the first 10 minutes had a graphic image of I thought it just showed the body. I didn't notice the other thing, but yeah, it is what it is. Got to be careful.
Oh, but I wanted to jump up here really quick. Sorry, I got a phone call. Okay. So
jump on,
Laura. You saw what your buddy. I'm sure you're gonna see what your buddy Capone just said in the chat, right? So, Nenny used to be a mod with him, and has shared her struggles, and then he comes in this chat, totally off the subject, totally like even if we were on the subject of talking about parenting and talking about something that you put out there involving your kids. That was so fucking out of pocket. Like, I can't believe that you would actually be okay with that. Like, even you. But you know what? I think I give you way too much credit sometimes.
Yeah.
No, she's just like, she's a clout chasing snake who, I mean, I saw the recording. I don't know if Zap Girl actually knew that she was being recorded and then it was going to be released on YouTube. Because that sounded very candid. That sounded like something I would talk, like someone would talk to you secretly. Doesn't sound like something would be scripted.
I didn't hear it. When did she play it?
She played it on a membership, and then someone got the clip, and the Glare played it. I listened to the whole clip because someone tossed it to me, and yeah, it basically like it's Zav complaining about how someone downloaded the thing and sent it to a Facebook group that had over 100,000 people in it. And stuff like that.
Oh God.
And basically it sounded like Zav was very candid, like she didn't know she was being recorded or was on a live. And it looked like Perplex was just playing the recording. And she was doing her usual like Lauraism where she tries to defend every stupid thing Zav says.
Literally 30 minutes after her apology video was posted, she was in Laura's chat chopping it up, making excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally. Not even an hour had passed. And boy, oh boy, were those comments brutal in her fucking comment section. I recorded like 20 minutes of me just scrolling through it because I was going to make a video. And you know how like I usually loop my background video that I talk over? I'm like not looping it. I'm just going to, because I want like, you know what I mean? To like show all the comments because it's like 99% of her audience. That's like people that love her are like, I'm just so disappointed. I can't believe this. Like,
here, Cappy in the back. I put in the back if you want to listen to it.
Thank you.
That's like 4 minutes of basically, this is before her second apology. And you can listen to it. I mean, we could play it if you want. I don't know if it's like this is them, but you basically.
Yeah, if Quinn wants to, I'd like to hear it.
But Laura's a snake. She snaked you, Zav. Like honestly, if she recorded this without your consent, she pretty much snaked you.
And honestly, let's talk about this. Okay, if if Laura is gonna make excuses for you to talk that way, Capone, she's no friend of yours. A real friend would call you the fuck out.
A real friend gives you like a warning. You know what I mean? Like a warning can't be like a Discord message or like a thing says, "Listen, you're fucking up." And
That's what I mean. Like in the DM, like, what the fuck's wrong with you, dude? Like, you this isn't you. Don't do that. That's not cool. Something, right?
yeah, and you give them a warning, and you kind of say, "Listen, you know, you're really looking bad, and I'm gonna, you know, I'm just not gonna agree with this shit. I'm just gonna walk away if you continue. If this is like the situation you're gonna do." But whoever's telling you this is a great idea, the apology sucked. By the way, Zap Girl's apology sucked. And yeah, I know I changed the subject. I think you were about tail end of this thing.
Can I break in real quick?
Good, go.
Hold on. Solly Boots and Bourbon. Kills. Why is Solly saying you have shared autopsy photos too? Who's Solly?
Solly? You mean maybe Dolly?
Oh, I didn't know Dolly said that. Why are they saying that? Because they're assholes? I mean, I don't know. You could ask them, and you could ask them for proof.
Yeah, well, I'd love to do that. They'll never do that.
So, yeah, no, she's no friend of yours. She's just, you know, not gonna have the decency to DM you and tell you that you're not being, you know, you're not out here looking too good. And just like comments like that, like taking shots at a woman's ovaries, like that is just like the fucking lowest of low. Laura, you don't hang around good people. I mean,
yeah,
that guy's a piece of shit.
He's fucking. By the way, Laura, maybe I'm going to give you a little advice. That person's fucking you over too, because now any person that works with you sees this rogue mod that goes into different chats and says things stupid like this, and they're going to be like, "Whoa, I don't want to be associated with this lady. She can't control her fucking mods. Her mods just go crazy all over the fucking place and say the stupidest fucking shit I've ever seen."
She's always complaining about her channel being stagnant and the views are down, and she doesn't understand why other people get these views. But then she'll like make excuses for dumb shit that like Zab Girl does or Tyler Feller does, and who am I to, or even Bullhorn Betty, who she supposedly doesn't like, but I think she low key fucking stands.
Well, she lost subs. She lost subs because of that whole Meneman thing. She was like 21,900 for a while, and now she's at 21,800.
Well, and she says this too, like, who am I to tell them what to do with their content? Obviously, people want to watch it. Everybody except for Queen. She says that for. Okay, so Queen's got good numbers. Who the fuck are you to talk about her content then, Laura? Obviously, people want to watch it, right?
But that's because she's jealous. She wants to be on this panel. She misses being on this panel.
She loved being up here. She used to have fun up here.
You know, but
until she started being a fucking asshole and a problem.
And a snake.
Well, not only that, but she hated Voices. She wouldn't sit up here when Voices was up here.
Yeah.
It was always a fucking issue.
Yeah, always attacking Voices. It's like, oh my God. At a certain point, it's like, come on.
I mean, fuck, we defended Voices, goddamn it, we defended her so much on everything she did all the fucking time. It was ridiculous. How many times? Fuck, people
like such bullshit that she says we didn't, dude. Because like for fucking
we fucking
months and months and
that
months.
happens every fucking time though. That's why I should have just said fuck that and not even.
I think we defended her more than a lot of people though, Queen. Honestly, like we went for her for a long time, dude.
Every goddamn time.
Do you want to play that recording of Zab Girl basically talking to Laura?
Oh yeah, where Laura fucking recorded. I wonder what Zab Girl thinks about that. I bet that your friends fucking recording calls and fucking recording calls out.
Got some good friends, buddy.
That's real fucking nice.
Well, you want to do it or you want to do it? I put it in the back, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pulling it right now.
Yeah,
cool.
You still haven't officially said Voices probation has been violated. Listen, Voices.
Talk to her. You know what? I have not talked to her. She hasn't really said
she
shit
broke
to me.
up with us.
To her.
And you know what? I personally think, Voices gets emotional, and I'm hoping that she calms down. Everything.
Well, not only that, but I think she just now realized, because I heard the recording of her on Crimes and Fashion, and it almost seemed to me like it just like hit her like a ton of bricks that somebody could fucking, you know, go get her sister, because she said something about her sister, and I've never
Yeah.
even, I don't really know much about her sister or whatever, but she said something about somebody looking at her sister's autopsy photos, which I've never even heard of anybody saying that, but I think it like hit her like a ton of bricks that somebody could do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm hoping that she kind of like gets a little time off, recovers a little bit, and hopefully
Right.
she
Maybe
just
she just needs some time, some breathing time and whatever. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
she's done a lot of shit. She's said a lot of shit. We've forgiven a lot of shit. We've looked past a lot of the shit she's done and said. So, you
Yeah.
know, give her some time for a breather and whatever. You know what I'm saying? She come back around or she don't. It doesn't really matter to me one way or another. If she got to have her boundaries. She got to have her boundaries. That's what it is. That's
Yeah, and I mean, like, and I'm not, yeah, and honestly, I talked to Voices for like months, and I'm not going to be like, oh well, just because of one incident, I'm going to be like, fuck that lady. You know, I'm not.
She's
I
not on
like.
probation until she comes back here, though. Independent.
I'm hoping that she just calms down and everything gets better, and you know, maybe she comes back and she talks to Ellie, and we just resolve it. Because you know what I mean. At the end of the day, I mean, I think she just got really emotional, and Voices is known to get very emotional about certain situations like this.
Yeah, it
So
happens.
so I'm hoping that she does. You know, but I'm
well,
hoping.
I mean, she's dealing with shit at home. She's dealing with other stuff too on top of it. You know what I mean? She's got other stuff going on. It's not just fucking YouTube either. So, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
Like I said, I ain't talked to her, so I really don't know what else she's got going on. But I mean,
yeah,
you know, it is
Here's
what
your
it
opening
is.
Voices.
Yeah,
You're
well,
ready for,
you're out. You can come back now.
Shit, what was wrong? What did you boot her, Cap? You told her not to come back?
No.
Bitch, what'd you do? Did you tell her not to come
I'm
back
just
or
being
what?
a dick. I'm being a dick.
Happy, you're such an asshole.
I
But
am.
anyway,
I'm a
but no, I
lovable
mean, like,
asshole.
listen, I mean, I've had conversations with Voices for hours. You know what I mean? Like, I like Voices. It's just, I hope, but she gets emotional. I hope she gets a little better and just comes back.
She didn't call us pieces of shit
Right.
or like
I was gonna say, I don't
anything
think
like
she went
that.
off with us. Did she? Fuck, maybe
No,
she, I
She
don't know.
broke
I don't
up
think
with
she
us.
did,
She
but I
broke
don't
up
know.
with us, but she didn't call us like tragedy pimps or assholes or anything like that.
Yeah, and I just think she just got emotional because it's a very emotional situation.
It is.
And you know, maybe it hit her like a ton of bricks. I'm just hoping she just, you know, gets a little better and calms down.
She said "fuck you all," but that was about it.
Independent thinker, you're missing her. You have, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I know you two fight. You guys love to hate each other. So you missing her or what, bitch?
It's definitely a love hate. She definitely.
I swear to
misses
God,
her.
they're like fucking sisters, dude. Like they fucking fight each other every fucking
Exes.
I swear to God. But look, she's
Exes.
here right now talking about, well, we all have life problems.
Look, you see, she's helping. She's helping with the out and the open. Come back.
Bitch.
Come back.
I'm cracking up. Oh, hold on. Oh, she told us all to fuck off.
She did tell us to fuck off, yeah.
Okay.
But she didn't call us
But
names.
you know what? That's like B Tim saying I hate you all. It's really saying
Yeah.
he loves us.
No, I don't love you.
No, I did again.
Despise all of you. Anyway, I want to play this one.
Oh well, here we go with the recorded call from Laura.
This is because Uncle Capone was a prick, so I figure we'll just like basically show Zav Girl how he's a motherfucker. How
Uncle
Laura's the
Capone
snake.
needs to go right back over there with his fucking boiled peanut.
Dead.
Or so hypocritical. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. And then somebody came into my Patreon. Probably more than one person. I don't know who it was. They took my Dropbox link and they shared it between two freaking Facebook groups that have like 100,000 members. Which that's fine. I mean, do whatever. But how dare you judge me for sharing it to like a couple hundred people when you guys are stealing it, sharing it to thousands of people? Yeah, I'm the wrong one. Like.
And I don't know why it's so low, but she is 110% right. 110% right. These same people who went around.
I didn't even hear what she fucking said.
She said, I mean, you got to get better headphones. She's low, but basically she's like saying that the Dropbox link got given to like two Facebook groups that had over 100,000 people. And she only shared her group that had only a few hundred, but she's the bad one. where she only shared it to a few hundred, but they're not getting any criticism for sharing it to the few thousand people. Is the basic gist.
In my opinion, she didn't know she was being recorded.
Yeah, this is too candid. This is way too candid.
And this is way too close to that heartfelt apology where okay. Come on.
Yeah,
now.
and this is Laura holding up like a recording device, like her phone maybe. So I think she recorded it and was just playing it on her live.
When was this played?
This was before her second apology, Zav Girl's second apology. So this was like a couple of days, because I think I saw this. This was posted 23 hours ago, and I think she put it in membership only on Laura's live.
Independent thinker, you got something you wanted to say? Because your comment here says, yeah, but it's okay. Okay, yeah, but it's okay because it's Voices at Grain. Haha. If Voices get special treatment, then Capone should too. So Capone should get special treatment. When did Voices get special treatment? Why don't you click that link and bring your ass up here and let me know?
Oh, dear Jesus.
Yeah, because I'm real done with the smart ass comments.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she got special treatment. I think we basically would talk to her about whenever she fucked up. So, just saying. I'm just not like a heartless person who just sits there, talks to a person for hours on end on panel, and because they mess up once, just throw them out like that. So,
well, telling us to fuck off is a lot different than telling talking about how someone can't bear children.
Yeah, that's for sure. And plus, I live in New York. Telling people to fuck off is kind of like a hello here. So, like a goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
I say hello. You say go fuck yourself. Fuck off. Hello, hello. Fuck off, fuck off. The New York City way. So, I don't mind her saying fuck off. It's not a big deal. But you want to continue Laura snaking fucking Zav Girl?
Oh yeah, she still goes. Shit.
Oh yeah, it's another 4 minutes. It's another 3 minutes of her recordings out.
All right, here we go.
Sharing it to hundreds of thousands of people are the same ones that are sitting there fucking complaining about what she did and putting the blame on her. Bullshit. She's not the one that dropped it into fucking 100,000 people's links.
Dumb bitch, yeah, she is. She's the one that put the original fucking link out, and that's how everyone got the original motherfucking link to begin with. Are you that stupid, Laura?
Let me just say something really quick. Like, on a scale of Voices fucking up and cutting up and getting out of pocket, that was super low on the scale. Because she didn't even really insult anybody. She just said fuck off. You know what I mean? She was being shitty with Ellie.
Deep in, she wasn't threatening people. She wasn't talking about people not having kids and
right.
You know what I'm saying? Coming up in here acting a fucking fool. She ain't done none of that shit. So
I would totally get it if she said some shit if she took seriously low blows, like some of the shit she said in the past. If she went there, I would understand that comment, but I don't understand it at this point because I feel like it wasn't that fucking deep, dude.
Yeah, and it is what it is.
Anyway,
let's continue. Laura's defense of Zav Girl secretly reporting her.
I don't judge anybody for sharing it publicly. However people want to do it. We're all freaking adults here. This is ridiculous.
100% agree. We are all fucking adults.
Are we, Laura? Do adults record phone calls? I wonder, how mature it is to record Zav Girl's phone call and then play it for fucking clicks and views.
Are we, Laura? Are we?
But she doesn't curse. She just says freaking. I say fucking. We are all fucking adults. If you don't want to see it, then don't look at it.
Are you kidding me right now?
I'm done, bitch.
Then why in the fuck are you speaking on any fucking thing?
God, she sounds so stupid.
Yeah, I don't get why she would record her and then explain her words.
For real, She's so weird.
I mean, she's like she's doing a reaction video to a recorded phone call.
That she secretly recorded. I believe she was
really
secretly
fucking recorded.
Yeah, I believe that. Like, this sounds too candid. I don't believe Zavgro would like talk like this if she was like going on live. I do not believe that. I think she would be more like scripted, because at this point she knew like she was on almost like News Nation at this point.
So she was everywhere.
Yeah, this is before. I think this was before Court TV.
Brian.
No. This was after Brian Enton, but this is like I think between the second time Brian Enton and Court TV and News Network.
Gotcha.
I swear she wasn't like this bad when we were hanging out with her, dude. I think it got worse over time, but then everybody in the comments is gonna be like, "No, Cappy, you know better. Stop." I swear she wasn't this stupid.
Oh, but she is.
But she is.
She is.
Plain and simple.
People are like, oh, that's so gross. You know that show's more about your mentality. To me, it's not gross. It's science.
Now, I want you guys to hear this again. And I know my little thing went in, but this is why it's so important. At no point did Zav say that she was studying it for science purposes. That is not what she fucking said. This is what she said.
That's literally what she just said.
That's what she said, for science.
That's literally what she just fucking
like literally just exactly what she said.
Look, she's fucking trained right now.
She gotta be trolling us with this shit. Like, this is just so fucking ridiculous.
Right, Jones. This is 100% sub grab. Straight up, it is. It fucking
You're
is.
correct, Jones.
What
You
does
are
her
correct.
cussing? What does Zap Girl cussing or saying fucking have to do with anything? With her sharing pictures or anything? Has nothing to do with nothing.
Everything to do with it. What do you mean?
She's the moral superior because she doesn't curse.
Oh my god!
She's so moral.
Yeah, her and Tyler both.
To me, it's not gross. It's science. And
to me, it's not gross. It's science. But she's like, she didn't say it was science.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna be totally honest right now. I kind of like. I really enjoy these Laura reactions. I really do. I'm just being totally honest. All right.
Yeah, it has its.
It's too much material. Like, it's way too much material to
It's so low hanging fruit. Like, it's like the easiest stuff.
It
is. Like, you could just literally. I'm surprised no one like literally just does like go through Laura's live every single day.
She's too hard to listen to.
Oh my god, we should do it, Tim. We should do it.
Just do a Laura reaction. Well, that's what I like. It's easy for like Science Girl and Makeup Moms to just go through.
Start way back at Making a Murderer days and scroll through and just kind of tap on like every other like video, like and just pick out the stupidest shit in each one. Like, oh, be some good fucking cringe entertainment.
Do it, Cappy. You do it.
Like, she just gets things. She doesn't even listen to like when someone's saying like, "I did." It's science. Say she didn't do it for science. Oh my god!
I swear to God, that song has been in my head ever since the last couple days. Whenever we talk about science, that weird science song that she blinded me with science.
Just like
science.
Look, all I keep thinking about is Miss Snickle Fritz, the science.
Bitch!
That's who that reminds me of when she says science.
Oh, bitch!
Look at Crispy. Crispy Treat. Crispy Treat started over, and now she's talking about the Ramseys in the chat.
Oh shit! She must have started the live at the beginning.
Yeah.
You can play more of it. There's more. She educates us more.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
And she is 100% correct. Yeah, I don't know why it's so low. She did, yeah, it was streamed to the world that it was someone else, not her.
Probably
educational purposes. And that right there, Austin, has been changed and twisted so much, it's disgusting.
and I learned what that poor kid went through, and I was so invested in that case that
She says, and I learned what that poor kid went through, and I was so invested in the case. Exactly, Mindy. That's what I keep fighting for. All these so-called people are so appalled by it, but they shared it, and they talked about it, and they made money on it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I wanted to learn everything.
And you're defending the big dummy that put the shit out to fucking begin with for anybody to share it, make money on it, or do any fucking thing the fuck else with it. Your dumb ass friend that you're defending put it out.
For $3. For $3, you could join her Patreon to watch the video.
Yep.
You're herself right now. That's what I don't understand.
Back to it. She needs to be talking to Zav girl. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, she looks like a whole fucking idiot right now.
My God.
And what are so-called people?
She's trying to imply. She's trying to imply it's Queen, like somehow, like the, because this is like her like narrative whereby like she thinks like Queen was just sharing it to the world instead of just verifying the fact. Because the thing is, Laura should know this. Where like someone came here named Fueled by Coffee and tried to allege, during the Kylie Rodney situation, that Zav Girl had pictures of Kylie Rodney and 2 unidentified males, and that she got those photos from Tyler Feller.
And Laura knows this because Laura knows that.
Yeah, she refused.
God damn it. She's
Yeah.
like, don't you
Laura's-
fucking know those to Fueled
Wait,
by
let
Coffee.
me.
Right. Laura's the one who gave us the video and showed us it was a big nothing burger. She knows this.
So what happened is that basically like people said, okay, Zav Girl didn't do that. Okay, we did that. We also asked her a couple other questions. But then, like, for instance, the reason why Queen actually went and saw the video is because she's thinking that it's going to be blankets. She wants to see if it's confirmed, if it's true or not. Because
Not only that though, I already have one dumb fuck, filed a frivolous lawsuit against me, putting out there that I said shit and did shit that I didn't fucking do or say or see. So now I have to go confirm every motherfucking thing I fucking call out, do, or anything else. Because if I end up in a goddamn deposition, you better bet your fucking ass I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
But also, you have to realize that this could have been a situation where it could have been like a misunderstanding. Like, imagine a situation where Queen logs in, it's just basically blankets
And I'm
like
not fucking worried. Well, listen, check this out. I'm not fucking worried about the shit showing up. My motherfucking phone's clear. So guess what? Because I'm telling you right now, I can't delete shit out of my phone either. Everything that's in there, everything that's on my laptop is everything that's going to be in there. I ain't got shit to motherfucking hide. Bet your ass and believe that.
Yeah, and like basically, it could have been a situation where someone lied or a misunderstanding, and that we would have been sitting here clearing Zav Girl's name about the whole autopsies. But unfortunately, Zav fucked up, and no offense, and people went after her chasing because she verified it. No offense, but chasing has to verify things too because she has a reputation to uphold. She has to basically say, hey, she can't just go out there and just trust. No offense, Queen, but you can't just trust your word for it sometimes. I mean, like, if you're going to put your name out there, you're going to have to verify for yourself sometimes.
You got to vet the info. You have to vet the info, bottom line, period. The people that don't understand and don't get that, I don't get what you don't get.
The Laura doesn't get that, obviously.
Yeah. So basically Perplex is trying to spread this bullshit rumor that Queen is just secretly sending this all over the world and all this
we
bullshit.
did a fucking poll. You know, there was more people that did not see it than people over here that did. You know that, right? There was like 4% of people that seen it over here that were over here that had like seen the video at some point in time. I guess there was, however they watched.
What is this?
We did polls. We took a poll. And the majority of people over here did not fucking see it and had not seen it and didn't want to see it.
Right.
Jerome Dog says, like Savage said, though, you could have just waited. You didn't have to speak on it. You didn't have to view that boy's autopsy pics.
Who said that?
Savage.
Jerome Dog, like Savage said, though, you could have just waited for what?
Right. Well, I was going to say so what was I supposed to wait on? I was just supposed to wait on somebody else and then believe their word. That's what the fuck I'm trying to say. No, I'm not going off for believing anybody's word.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if I'm going to speak on it. That's
yes,
the first
you have
thing
to.
I have to do. Like I said, I've been speaking to attorneys for the last 3 weeks. And if you don't think I've been asking them questions about shit, the fuck I have. Oh, yes, the fuck I have been.
You don't think Brian Enton went and viewed those pictures? You're crazy
Well,
if you don't think he did.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you don't think he went and fucking viewed those before he started talking about it, you're nuts.
He said he didn't, but
he said he didn't.
Well, then he shouldn't have spoke on it.
Yeah, but I'm
Then
pretty
how
sure
could he
spoke.
possibly speak on it?
100%.
I'm pretty sure he spoke to his legal team. Probably.
Well, maybe somebody looked for him, but I'm saying someone looked at him. They didn't just go on there and talk about it.
Because sometimes they have like a research teams that do shit from them.
Yeah.
They would have been caught in the biggest lawsuit ever if they didn't vet that information. It wasn't true. Of course, somebody had to have vetted that information for him, or he did it himself. One of the two. Bottom line.
So, Jerome, do you think that there's like no importance of what's going down right now with the news and like this whole problem being highlighted and brought to the forefront? Like she should have just not spoke on it and just kind of just let it fly under the radar, or what? Like, I don't.
Yeah, like, do you want her just like basically no one? Because the reason why people actually spoke about it in the mainstream news is because people on YouTube pushed it onto Twitter, and then Twitter pushed it out to the mainstream news. And if we didn't say anything, Zavgirl would just keep on pushing the envelope. Because she did that. She did that with
if we wouldn't have said anything, she would have continued to keep fucking doing it, and she would have continued to keep selling it, and who knows how many kids' autopsy photos would have been put the fuck out.
That's my point, and you guys articulated the rest of what I was trying to say. I kind of just like stopped talking for some reason.
What's up, Johnson?
Hey, baby. I was just coming up here to let you know that you have a community post addressing you, that was not Laura's uncloned Capone. Because it was way too wordy to be him.
Oh, bullshit.
Bullshit. I put it in the back for you.
Bullshit. What a fucking liar. Well, can we listen to, since Laura's watching, can we watch more of Laura basically snaking Zav?
I'm fucking done with y'all. I swear to God.
It's not about each to their own, okay, bro, Jerome.
Jerome.
It's about the situation where you have to vet information or you will be sued. Okay, you don't think like Zavgirl could just basically say to herself, okay, you lied about me, so I'm just going to sue you. I'm going to pull out $10,000 and sue you.
And check this out. Even if you don't do anything, they can still sue you.
Well, and I get what he's saying. To each their own. It's true. Like it. A queen is not a news station. She can choose what she talks about. If she didn't want to see the pic, she could have chose not to talk about that.
Defamation doesn't work that way. It doesn't matter if you're a news station or not. If you talk about shit that you don't have the ability to defend yourself, you will lose a case.
Well, and okay, so like if she would have
We didn't ask for the pictures either.
Right.
Sure the fuck I didn't.
If she would have taken,
and I didn't fucking pay for them either. So
if she would have taken the ship's advice, though, listen, like, and waited until Zavgirl admitted it, like, I think that this would have gotten a lot more out of control, and a lot more people would have saw it probably.
Yes, the Patreon would not got shut down as fast.
Yeah.
Also, this scares a lot of other bad, because get this, if Zav would have gotten away with this, other people would have followed suit. Natasha Cooper was.
Well, yeah, you already seen Natasha Cooper jump on it. How many other sick fucks would have jumped the fuck on it? Not giving two fucks.
It's called.
And I heard people yelling about something that saying was in the autopsy pics that wasn't.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's like the debate whether it was blurred his privates or not. That's the debate. I heard,
So it shouldn't even be a fucking debate because there was pictures that were and there were pictures that wasn't.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I never saw.
What does that got to do with any fucking thing?
Well, I'm just saying people that didn't actually see them are saying things that they don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, fuck yeah.
They didn't verify themselves.
Yeah, they didn't verify.
And assholes and people that don't give two fucks about how other people feel, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a fucking disaster. That fucking link is everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that person was screaming about it, and when challenged, it's like, no, they didn't see it, but they're still going to scream about it. Mm-hmm. Like that's not right either.
Right.
Yeah. And it's like you're yelling at people who actually have to verify when they talk shit. And no offense, if you don't have the ability to verify facts, then when you get your cease and desist, not talking about it and tells you to delete your videos, and if you're lucky, if they don't just immediately go to a lawsuit and just start suing you, then you're in trouble. I'm sorry. It's just that simple. I'm sorry, like, you don't realize that. It's just, it's just how it is. I mean, if you think you just talk shit about people and just defame their businesses because YouTube is a business for Zavgirl, without some proof, then you're out of your mind. Then you can be sued. Then you're welcome to try to raise up $5,000 for a lawsuit, or $10,000.
Oh yeah, because then they'll talk shit about that too.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
Nenny
yeah.
checked the account, by the way. She said it was Capone.
I know. I already knew because I went and checked it too.
Yeah,
So.
we all checked it as
Yeah,
soon as
we
it
all checked
happened.
it just to make
Nice
sure,
one,
because that's
Laura.
what you do. You fucking verify
There you
before
go.
you start talking shit.
That's
Well,
right.
And like I remember you, Queen, clarifying that yes, one was blurred and one was not blurred. However, you still couldn't see. You know what I mean? Like the actual private. Do you know what I mean? Like it's hard to explain.
Yeah, private area, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because like I said, he's a fucking child. So come on, you're fucking
Right, but you've clarified that, and so to continue with like that bullshit, it's just kind of stupid.
Yeah, screaming and yelling it.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
You know, like that was the part. It was bad, period. So why would that be the most important part? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
But I can't really say what I'm asking
I
because
mean, either way, it's just like they shouldn't be there. Like that part was like just a distraction. It just the picture shouldn't be there. Period. You know,
and especially the condition. I mean, that's what I can't.
Oh, the kid was tortured. Like the kid was
not only that, 2 months in a suitcase.
Yeah, and decomp for that amount of time,
Yeah.
and the weather and the climate around. Oh God, can't imagine. Oh.
I mean, and there had been a trial, and she had been. I could see if there was a police shooting, and they said he wasn't. You know, like some guy wasn't shot, and he was shot. You know what I mean? Like one small area or something, but.
Right, like even okay, like let's say there was a question about how this child
died.
I would even though it's not right to put them up still, I would understand it more. But there was no question. There is nothing to learn from this. It was pure morbid curiosity and greed. End of story. It's just like there's no way to dumb this down and dismiss it at all. There's nothing to learn from this.
Yeah, there was nothing to learn from his autopsy. But you know, just why is Laura saying I don't understand?
I don't understand.
I mean, I guess she's trying to get her while, you know, Zab Girl has to obviously take a break. Maybe she's trying to get her subs.
Well, you know, like I mean,
because there's like only 2 people taking up for her.
Well, remember how Molly's exit went? You know, she benefited from that.
The pen thing or whatever the
exactly.
Did Jones and read the community tab in its full?
I have it up. I put it in the back for you guys.
That was not my Capone.
Yeah.
He wouldn't say that, and it was way too wordy for him. He doesn't use Ling phrases like that. I would appreciate it though if your mods would check to see if it's really him or not. He was not even listening to you, and I came home and learned about this. No, it is not him. 100% not him. It's like must be looking at something as she's writing this. He has
weird that some just.
Listen to this. He has respected my wishes in staying out of trouble. So please correct it. That it was not the real Capone. Thank you, Nenny. You can still get, but Nenny, you can still Nenny, you can still go to hell. But no, that wasn't from us. No, Nenny checked. It was him. And she called Janini, not Nenny.
And how would just some random troll know about Nennies?
Remember when Nenny went on her panel and went, Nenny! It's Nenny!
Yeah, I remember.
Nenny! It was so funny. Crazy.
I know. And then she put it on members only.
I swear to God.
Of course.
I mean, he knew personal information about Nenny.
I think there's a reason why his name is Unclone Capone. You know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. JK says it's the same account. That's a mod. I'm saying that's a mod. Where did I just go? That's a mod on her channel. So
She shared a screenshot. He's lying and saying it isn't him. He's like, that's not me. Someone cloned me.
Yeah.
So again, she wasn't watching. Someone emergency texted her that Capone was timed out. Okay.
I mean, don't they know they can check the? Doesn't he know? I don't like it. Don't move.
I just got what? Just got Dolly's live.
All right, ready to finish Laura's phone call?
User, let's do it.
And sometimes you got to take your emotions out of it to learn. You know what I'm saying? So I was able to, Was it hard to view the pictures? Yes, it was. And yes, it did, make me nauseous and it shake you a little bit. But then I was able to take my emotions out of it because I wanted to see what I could learn and what happened, because it's still kind of a mystery of exactly, when it happened, exactly what happened. So actually viewing those photos may help me learn a few things, of how it happened, what happened, everything. But people are just so ridiculous. And then they're saying that it shows his genitalia and I get blurred out, which is bullcrap. It doesn't show anything. Okay, the one picture that they showed at the trial that's blurred, I have that same picture. It was blurred. That was one of the pictures I showed. All the other pictures, you can't see anything. So people are just blindly hearing people say, oh, you're sure.
So there you go. The other picture, you can't see anything. Did you just hear that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So yeah, one picture is blurred and the other picture, you can't see anything. Who's up here?
I am. The hell?
You got feedback, babe. You're going to have to pause your YouTube. I got you muted right now, but you're going to have to pause your YouTube, okay?
It scared me. Was that Rowena? I sounded like Row at first. B-Tim, you're still here, right? Skip to Lou want to know.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Skip to Lou says, is B-Tim still here?
I'm listening. I'm here. Let me see if Tim's still here. Well, I mean, like, basically it just shows that the, Staff Girl is... This is the mind of what really Staff Girl thinks, and what you saw on that little discussion is just bullshit. I mean, like, I saw that apology. I felt like, okay, it kind of reminded me of, like...
it was edited too, Tim. The whole thing was edited.
Well, of course it's going to be edited. I'm not going to hold that against her. But it kind of reminded me of the fact that when you're like, I'm going to do sensitivity training, it's like one of those CEOs that like fuck with people. And it's just, I was really mean. I'm going to do some sensitivity training to see if I could be a better person. It's like the generic bullshit thing you always hear on like one of those, when a CEO like beats up on someone or does something, it's like, yeah, I'm going to do some sensitivity training.
I just found it really, I didn't realize until Nerd Report was playing it. And, right off the beginning, you see it splice, you know what I mean? And it just, she keeps, it's probably edited about 10 to 15 times.
Well, my guess is that she probably did a long take, and she probably, you got to realize you got hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions, who are going to try to like take this and watch it eventually, and you're just kind of like, you're going to edit it a lot. So I'm not going to hold that against you. You're going to be nervous. If I knew like a lot of people were angry at me, and
it comes up unsincere though. You know what I mean? To edit, and I don't know. To me, I feel like it should have just been one, from the heart.
Because it's not from the heart. In my opinion, It's not from the fucking heart. I think she truly thinks in her mind that she didn't do anything wrong. She thinks that like true crime, you can just do open, like just look up every fucking person while on a live stream. She thinks that she can accuse people of crimes, and she thinks that she's like a detective. Like I was watching Nonsense, one clip I didn't see from Zapgirl, basically talked about how she was planning on grabbing some sort of container that had DNA on it, like a beer can or a bottle or something. I don't know. I got to look it up. And she was going to do DNA test because the cops wouldn't look into it. And it's like, fucking, the woman's out of her mind. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's like, I just hang out with my friends. No, you're not hanging out with your friends. When you have like 1,500 people, not all of them are your friends. I'm sorry, guys. You're not my friends. You're not all 519 of you. You're not my friends. I'm sorry. Like maybe a couple, but like I'm just trying to say, like realistically, if a YouTuber, someone says, me and my best friends, my whole 1,000 people in chat are my best friends, they're full of shit.
Yeah, it came off to me more as an excuse. She was, an excuse than an apology.
It was a poorly crafted apology with an excuse. And I think she should have just said, I fucked up. I have been going on and on and on. I have been going on and on and on. I've been going down and down and down and gotten worse and worse and worse because because I thought this was what you're supposed to do. But I went too far. I made a mistake. Okay? I am sorry, guys. That's what you should have said. I am sorry. There is no excuse for what I've done. I am sorry. And move the fuck on. A short and sweet. And then basically come back, be humble, and start from the beginning. Start from the roots. Start doing actual true crime. If you're going to do true crime, do true crime. Do your research. Don't make your chat do the motherfucking research. Stop accusing people of crimes and just do the fucking right thing. And take those fucking stickers off, okay? Of those missing or deceased people.
Your emojis.
Put fucking, if you want to put images of these kids, put their favorite toy of theirs or favorite anime or favorite TV show, or just pick your own fucking face. I mean, like, you have all these different facial structures, but I'm just saying, it's just really ridiculous. It really is. It's just admit you're wrong. Stop with this fucking excuses here. It's not going to work. You fucked up. And you know what? Maybe you should fucking apologize to Kylie Ronnie's family. Maybe you should apologize to a bunch of fucking people that you have mistreated over time. Because the thing is, you've gotten arrogant and you didn't yourself. Maybe I made a mistake. And that's what you should have fucking done. Instead,
remember, Tim, Kylie Ronnie was a year and change ago, so she probably doesn't think she needs to do anything about that.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a woman. This is Zav was questioning why the mother didn't think like it was a murder, and it's like, and this is just, you're lacking empathy and you're lacking the fundamentals of like doing an actual true crime channel. It's like, do fucking research on the case, and that's it, that's pretty much it. And have some empathy for people that you're talking about. Have a little concern. How you don't like being blasted on the internet and public news? Maybe the people that were on high school going to a party didn't want to be on your fucking live stream. Maybe this will teach you something. Maybe. I hope it teaches you something. I hope that you actually change.
Well, I wonder if Xaname's niece, if her life's back to normal, or, Callie, the one that she put up on her live stream, the young girl from wherever she was from, the 3 or 4 girls, they had to delete their TikToks because Ryan and Zav Girl put them up on their screen. And then she went through and thought Xaname's niece was one of the friends and Kylie's friend and all that other fucking insane shit. You remember that?
Every bit of it.
Yeah.
That was my first show to this.
Yeah, Nonsense is going through all the fucking past Zav Girl. She already did 1 and 2, part 1 and 2. And it really shows you a lot of things I missed. So I'm just saying, if you want to watch, a little plug because it Nonsense, I would probably watch her Zav Girl series. She's going to make a part 3. And she's editing. She has to watch, give a little credit to Nonsense. She had to watch 12 hours or 14 hours of Zav Girl. So my condolences for your brain cells, Nonsense. My apologies for them. Hopefully they'll recover.
Did you watch one when she had Upchurch on? Nonsense going over that one?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. When Ryan grabs his phone and throws it down, I told you, because he read something wrong and thought it was a, what was it?
Ryan is not going to say shit about it, Brett Light. I think Ryan's going to sit there and keep quiet because he just doesn't want to fucking even remotely and say anything. He just won't. He just won't. He'll destroy, fuck things up, and then just move the fuck on. Okay? That's it. And plus, he's too busy. He's suing his mom. So he's pretty busy.
Ryan's too proud to apologize to anybody.
Well, he should have apologized. He should have apologized. He endorsed shitty fucking YouTubers, put gasoline on that fire, and accused multiple people of being fucking sex traffickers and and murderers. And it's like, it's just disrespectful to these people. And then his arrogance gets to me. His complete arrogance. I hate when stupid people are arrogant. It just annoys the fuck out of me.
When you guys were up here, when Ryan came up here, and he was telling you to prove to him that Kylie Rodney is real, and I remember you guys being like, "Are you joking me right now?" The burden of proof.
I mean, yes, it's supposed to be that. That's not how it works. You have to prove that she's not real, and that proof was non-existent. Of course, he was proven wrong. He looked like a fool, and he continued on his merry way to now he's like literally fighting his mom in a lawsuit.
I never said at one time, she's in 10 different yearbooks, dude. 10 different yearbooks. Nothing to say.
Yeah. So and then he endorses Zab and he jumps on this side. It kind of makes me hit. Let me see.
I need to jump off. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
See you around, Heels. Bye. It's like we can see into my brain. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, that's what you needed to do, Zab. You needed to just simply apologize and move the fuck on, and just basically change your behavior and change how you do things. You were warned multiple times by a lot of people, and I'm hearing how mods used to mod for you, and you kind of fucking just completely disregarded their advice.
Exactly.
So maybe this will be a teachable moment. Maybe you'll come back from this and basically learn from it and move the fuck on. But,
I mean, those are her so-called friends on the panel, right? That she was talking about in that message. Well, those so-called friends left because we weren't doing the right thing.
Yeah, and then Crispy Treat
Al
says...
Capone's mom, you're up here, babe. Can you hear us all right?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Yep, we don't have any
Yay!
feedback. Yes.
Yay! All right. Okay. First, so Queen, I turned my camera on when I first came in, so you can see I'm not that fuck nugget that's talking all that shit. First of all,
I knew you wasn't anyways, baby. It's okay. You don't ever have to do that. You don't ever have to worry about showing me your face or yourself.
Awesome, thanks. Literally, I was driving when I heard he was making those comments about you, and I just like, okay, I need to run to my mechanic and speed home because I got some shit to say about this motherfucker. How dare you? And before anyone says, oh, Al was a murderer. First off, he didn't murder kids, okay? He respected women besides the cheating and the syphilis, but he wouldn't say that about a woman. How dare you use his name? And I'm not saying he was a good person. He wasn't. He wasn't a good person. Yes, I think he's attractive, but I don't excuse what he did. That doesn't mean you use his name to say that shit about that cannot have children. It's disgusting. I would never say something like that. And the fact that you claim you have autism, first off, I actually have autism, okay? I have Asperger's, okay? I don't go into chats talking about women that way and talking that shit about saying that disrespectful shit about women. Sorry, I have Asperger's, so I can't get my thoughts together. But when I heard that, I was so fucking mad. I was just like, should I just go home and jump on Queen's panel? And I was like, yep, I'm going. So like when my mechanic said he
Hold on,
can't
you're
fix my
talking about Al
birthday,
Capone, right?
I was
Are you...
yes, yeah.
Okay, yeah, she's talking about Al Capone. Okay, go ahead, baby.
Yeah. And so when I was like, thank God my mechanic can't fix my car today because I need to run home and get on Queen's panel and say that shit. I've been waiting to say that for a long, long time because I've been in Makeup Mobsters chat where people thought I was him and I had to defend myself. And I have Asperger's, so I'm paranoid about like people thinking I'm someone I'm not and being accused of things. And
Right,
so
because his name is Unclone Capone and yours is Al
yeah,
Capone mom
yeah,
or mom.
and
Right.
but Maul, yeah, Al Capone's mom. That would be awkward since I'm attracted to him. But
Well, no, I can't see the rest of it. It just says Al Capone's MO and that's all it says. So I don't see that.
Oh, gotcha. Yep. And so like, but I know in the Discord he uses Al's mugshot as his icon. So, and I have the same one because it's my favorite mugshot of his. But yeah, and I just Jay, it's okay. Jay says she thought I was one of his alts. It's okay. Um, and I don't mind explaining myself. I've always said that I want to go on the panel and clear my name, so to speak, because I do need to change my name. But I love Al so much, and
I
like,
see you a lot in a lot of mafia chats, right? We watch a lot of the
oh
same.
yeah,
Yeah.
So here,
yeah,
let me break it down in the
um,
chat, babe. Give me 1 second. Okay, so basically her name is Al Capone's mole, right? So that's her name. And his name is Uncloned Capone. Some people have gotten them confused and they have blamed her for things that Uncloned Capone has said or done in chats. So she'll go in the chat and they will start talking to her as if she made the comments that Uncloned Capone made.
Tongue twister.
Yeah,
yeah,
so basically,
yeah.
because of her name, she's
What does that even mean, unclone Capone? What does that even mean? Who knows what that means? It's so stupid.
That he's the real Capone. Unclone, right? Would be
Yeah.
the real Capone.
Real Capone. Yeah, well, I don't think Gal would appreciate that with how he was speaking to women. I mean,
No. That's why I'm fighting that one creator that was talking about Angel like that, which you probably know about, Angel Gotti. The way they speak to women over there is disgusting. Disgusting.
Yeah. And John Gotti was a shitty gangster anyway, so. So.
I bet, but everybody has their own opinions.
Yep. And I mean, I've been stepping away kind of from watching Michael Franzese because he's come out with some homophobic videos and about Pride Month and I mean, so I've been kind of stepping away. But his last video
Michael
was pretty good
Franzese?
about about what's it called when they'll kill you. Yeah. But and then I mean, kind of back on topic to what we were talking about, what you guys were talking about before, about the Zavgirl thing. This whole time, and I know I keep saying I have autism, but my mind, ever since this happened, I'm trying to piece this together. Because neurotypical people are like always like kind of prided themselves on being the smarter, people. But yet you're putting an 11-year-old's autopsy photos on the Patreon for people to pay for. And I would never do that. So how does that make you intelligent? I don't I'm trying to wrap like, is it just me being autistic that I can't wrap my mind around that? I can't. I can't.
No, I can't wrap my mind around it either.
Do I need to go back to therapy? Like like to wrap my mind around it? I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't do it.
So you get that a lot probably in chats, right? Because of the the other Capone, they're always asking you or saying.
Yeah. So only a couple times. Like the biggest one was in Makeup Lobster's chat the other day. Someone, I don't want to name her name because I don't want to drag her. That's not right. It was just a misunderstanding. She was saying like you're Capone. And I said, no, I'm not. And I was kind of joking around, and I called him a chooch. And I said, I'm not that chooch. And she said, yes, you are that chooch. And I said, can someone help me? Like, can someone tell this person I'm not that Capone? I need some backup. And luckily some people chimed in and helped me out. But yeah, it's just like, I don't want to. I know I don't have to, but I don't want that,
The stigma on you. Yeah, you don't exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I don't wanna. Like I don't want to do that. Like I don't sit online all day and troll. Like I have a 6-day-a-week job, and so I mean I don't have. I have a life. I have a job, and dealing with some health issues. But I mean, yeah, I just don't have the time to do that, and I especially don't have the time to say those things about women. But I do have the time, since I got up early today, to come home and denounce this motherfucker for saying that shit, because Al would never do that. And I'm sick how he uses this my favorite gangster's name. Like, I'm not just attracted to this guy. I study him. Like I go on websites. I read about him. I'm trying to find great books and stuff like that. And like I study this guy, and so, and not even that, but just like mafia in general. And so but okay, mafia people are bad people. Yes, I'm aware. Thank you, Captain Obvious. But they don't kill. And Boston, because Michael Franzese constantly says this on his channel, that they never killed women or children. And they
It's
didn't.
against the code. Yeah, it's against their code.
It's against
civilians, women, children.
Yep, women and children. Yep. Cosa Nostra,
It happens,
Omerta.
it's happened in the past, but you'll usually get taken care of if you do something like that. Tim, you know a
You're
lot
talking
about
about the mafia code. Depends on the
Omerta,
I mean,
yeah.
like,
Well, fun fact. Well, fun.
yeah, well, I
Cosa
mean,
Nostra, yeah, she.
yeah, I mean, it depends on, like, if you're talking about the Italian mafia, yeah, depends. Like, for
Yeah.
instance, like if you're about to talk, they will kill you. If you're a man or woman, I mean, if you have
Yeah.
information,
that's a whole different story. Yes.
I mean, obviously you're not supposed to do hits near family. That's why, what was that? You remember that Irishman, that the scene where he claimed that that guy,
Hoffa?
yeah, not him, but him particularly did that hit in the restaurant with the
Oh,
family.
yeah.
Yeah, that like situation like that kind of outraged a lot of the mafia, because they just you don't kill a man in front of his family type of deal. The codes you go by, but at the end of the day, if you're talking, or if it's a situation where
That's the exception.
they will kill you. I mean, it's just like any criminal organization. There's always bad apples that will do things. I mean, it's just how it is. But yeah, I mean, the concept of honor. I mean, like, I don't know. There's a code, obviously, but the code would be broken if there's had to be
Omerta.
Eventually, it will get broken. And like even same with the bull. He
I
almost,
mean, just like
going to someone's house and trying to in front of their wife.
Don't say too
And I
much.
mean-
Oh, fuck.
That's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not worried
And
about
actually,
I'm honestly, the Italian mafia is degraded to like huge, like it's gone. They used to be guys that used to work with the CIA, and now they're just literally guys doing nothing. But yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of other mafias. There's a Russian mafia, Jewish mafia, Chinese mafia.
Yeah.
Like, but they all have different. They all have different codes, and they do not. They will kill women if they have to. They just always, but the mafia,
oh, sorry. But yeah, actually, now that you mention it, Frank McGurlin was, I mean, not really a Capone henchman, but he was loosely associated, and he was a crazy motherfucker, and he allegedly shot his wife. So, but he was a psychopath. I mean, he
Well,
was
they're
a
all
drunk
psycho. I
and
mean, Carlo Gambino and John Gotti Jr. Lived in Massapequa Park. Yeah, well, Carlo Gambino was very smart. I told the story how my stepdad actually met Carlo Gambino in a funeral, and it was like a joke. Basically, the situation, he was a kid. He saw this old guy sitting in a chair, no jewelry, just a regular suit, next to a phone. Everyone's kind of everyone else is decked out in jewelry and suits, and like he's just literally just inconspicuous. And he goes, and then he doesn't say anything during the funeral, but then he goes to the car back, and he's in the car alone with his family, and he says, "Who brought their grandpa?" And when the car got silent. But Carlo Gambino was a very he was good. He was a good street guy, and he was a good business guy.
He was respected big time.
Well, he knew number one never to say anything. He would always do hand gestures and head motions. He would never ever say what he if he wanted someone to get rid of, he would just shake his head, like get rid of or not get rid of. And everything was just like that. He never lived in the same house, drove the same car. The only thing he had extra was a custom license plate, basically.
The chin, Vincent Gigante, he used to walk around in a robe acting like he was.
Yeah,
he did that. He had two. Yeah, well, how they caught him was he had like two families. So he would live with his mom. No, he had like a secret family. He would live with his mom, and whenever the FBI came, he'd just do something crazy, walk around his thing. But like at night, they finally tracked him, and he would just do his routine, go to his girlfriend, drop the crazy act, and just go back. And then once he was done with his girlfriend and doing other business, he would go back to pretending to be crazy.
Yep.
And the main reason why he did that was because he was stopped 25 years, when he was younger, and he pretended the cop thought he was crazy, and he let him off with a warning. And he said, "Holy fuck, this works really well."
Yep.
And he just pretended to be crazy ever since. It worked very well for him.
Boston, but Michael Fan. I don't know if you watched this one, but Michael Fanzis actually interviewed his daughter, Chin's daughter, on his channel, and she said he hated flying. He didn't fly, and he was beating. She saw him beating a guy, basically to death. And at the end of it, he said, take him away, I'm done with him. Like, it was nothing. So it's like,
that's how it was back in the day. Michael Franchise was more of a businessman, mob guy.
Yeah,
he wasn't even
no,
Sonny's
but he
real
interviewed
child.
Sonny's daughter. He interviewed.
Yeah. Well, Michael Franchise, well, he has his own channel. Michael Franchise has his own YouTube channel. Michael Franchise, I'm trying to say that. Michael Franchise, been in Frankie and John.
Michael Franchise.
I call him Franchise.
Yeah.
But he has his own YouTube. Yeah, he has a good YouTube channel. He basically was. I don't think he admitted to ever killing anyone. He basically just handled the business side. He explained it basically. If the mob kind of puts you in specialized roles. So if you're an earner like how he was, they're not going to put you in a position where you have to kill someone because they don't want you to. They don't want you to go to jail, basically. So they'll have the guys
sorry. I was going to say like Meyer Lansky. Meyer Lansky, I don't think ever killed anybody. They just found out he was a good businessman. And so they put him in charge of the business, Yeah,
and that's pretty much how it was. And he basically ran the gas tax scam, where he basically just bought out gas stations and wouldn't pay the taxes for it, pocket the money, and then just move on to the next gas station. But he did like a massive scale, and it almost got him killed at one time. He told the story because the newspaper said he made like a ridiculous sum of money. I think what was it like? Let me see. Michael Franchise.
He mentioned it on his channel. I don't remember.
Yeah, but basically the newspaper made like inflated version of how much he was making, saying how he was going to make his own crew because he was making so much money. And the thing about the mob is everything goes up. So, I mean, obviously, if you're an associate, it goes to the soldier. The soldier.
Yep. And
the soldier goes up to the captain. The captain, it goes up to, I think, the second in command, like the, what do you call it? I can't say it.
I know it's the...
Capo.
Consigliere. Yeah, it goes up to him, and then he goes to the boss. But everything gets kicked up. So there was a certain percentage that they got for every time they did a gas deal. And they hear that this guy's making way more money in this newspaper, and they're thinking, is this guy pocketing the money? So what happened was his father, who's also in the mob, invites him to a special meeting in a basement in a random place in I think it was in Brooklyn. I'm not sure. And that's usually the story and how you usually get killed in the mafia, when your friends and family invite you to a special location to have a meeting with people.
Yeah.
And he was very close. I think if he didn't explain it to them well enough, that he would have been killed there, and his father would have led him to his own death. And that was basically the moment where he was like, fuck this. He started thinking to himself, this is not the life I want to have. And it's a very interesting thing. He tells a story on his channel. Like, it's an interesting story to listen to.
They end up making up, towards, years and years later, whatnot, and stuff like that. You're talking about Michael and Sonny, right? Michael Finch's father.
His father. The name kind of escapes me sometimes.
Sonny.
Let me see.
Sonny Finch's.
Business. Let me see. Because he does. Okay, so
Michael.
So he was making usually like 1 million per week or 8 million per week, and this was like, what was it, like the 80s? So you're talking
80s,
about
right? 70s, 80s, yeah.
So let's say like what would $1 million be worth in the 80s? It would be worth like about $10 million today.
What are they?
No, actually, wait. Actually, it would be worth $3.7 million. So you got a guy making like what would be considered like $30 million a week in this business, and and then the newspapers are saying that he's making 100, like way more than that, much more. So,
that's right. Sonny was the underboss. I forgot about that. Oh, Cabby's in the back. She loves this stuff. She's my mom's she loves the mob stuff.
Yeah, it's an interesting channel, man. I love the best part of his channel. He does mob reviews of like mob movies and shit, which is pretty cool to watch because he just compares like Goodfellas, Sopranos, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm going through watching the Sopranos series like for literally like the 999th time.
Great show. I think they're really pretty close to a lot of things. I think that
David Chase is like really artistic and like the way he does, very like Scorsese-esque with the music and how he plays into scenes with music and stuff. Like I really, really, really appreciate him as a creator. But I was gonna talk about Gigante Jin.
Yeah, his daughter is now going out now. Is that what's going on?
His daughter, his daughter, like I watched her interviews, and I didn't grow up in that lifestyle. But to me, some of the stories she said, like talked on, sounded a little over exaggerated. Then I was watching Angel's live stream, like around the time that Gigante's daughter was making the rounds, and I'm not sure who her panel guests were and what they're like, how they're related to that lifestyle. You know what I mean? But I know Angel Gotti's obviously
on there. Joni Marla.
I think so. I can't remember. But obviously Angel Gotti's John Gotti's daughter, right? Yep. And she was kind of like, she's, in my opinion, sounded kind of skeptical. Like, yeah, I don't know about that. Like, she talked about like being in the room when shit was going down in the house. And you know what I mean?
I remember that. Yeah, yep.
And like, where no, like, some maid guys aren't going to be like doing that in front of a little girl.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And that's the thing, like Michael Franzese always says on his channel, you don't bring that shit home. They never brought that home. The wives and the kids, they didn't know. I mean,
yeah, by the way,
Al,
I just want to say this quickly.
Oh, sorry.
I put the link of the Michael Francese's channel in there, so because someone asked for it because I mentioned it.
Yeah.
So I did put it in there just so people can watch. It's a good mob discussion channel.
Do you you should put the link to Sammy the Bull Gravano's channel in there too. He goes live every Monday, and he does what? Yeah. And Al, Al's wife, she didn't know what he was doing. His mother who lived with him didn't even know what he was doing for a long time. And I don't know exactly when they found out, but they didn't bring that stuff home to the wife and the kids. You know,
Right.
that's not what they did.
Well,
You know,
the number
and
one
Michael
rule
didn't
is
get it.
after a murmur, if someone, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? It's never supposed to be spoken about again, no matter
Well,
what.
I mean, it was an
That's
interesting.
right. Yeah.
It was very interesting. I mean, like, a very interesting thing is like when they're talking about the Godfather, the movie was that made, and behind the scene, like most of the people were actual mobsters. They literally were like, and they literally were just like mobsters, and they would like sit in the stage and they tell them exactly what to say because if they were going to make a movie about them, they were going to portray it correctly. And it was kind of funny because it's like you really see that in Godfather. It really kind of makes the mafia a little bit look really too good. A little bit, it doesn't really show any too bad of a light in a lot of situations. But
Cappy, Big Ange passed,
You mean
right?
Michael having
Yeah,
his
he
brother
did.
whacked was nice? Like,
well, the first one. No, I'm talking about
Fredo
the
fucking
first
got
one.
it. Fredo got it in that boat. You know he did.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the first one. I'm talking about the first one. I know.
Oh, the
like,
first one. Okay.
Yeah,
Because
a lot.
Fredo died in 2, so
Yes.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah, that's
3,
when
in my opinion, was like some pointless ass bullshit. I don't know why they put out 3.
Well, 3 sucked.
Yeah.
Godfather 3 sucked.
They had Sonny's son and Michael's daughter trying to hook up, first cousins and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, just because you didn't grow up with Sonny's son, because it was Sonny's son to that bridesmaid he was having an affair with at Connie's wedding in 1, right? And so, like, since she didn't grow up with them as a cousin, it was okay. Get the fuck out of here. That's fucking ridiculous.
I mean, I feel like that was, I mean, like, I think at certain movies you're just better off stopping. Just like kind of like Star Wars, like not Star Wars. I mean, like Indiana Jones is like when the actor is like getting to like a certain point, this is
Part 2 is my favorite though. Like usually I don't like sequels, but I like Godfather 2 and I like Poltergeist 2.
I think Godfather 2 basically completed it. I don't think the third one. I mean, because the whole idea of Godfather is the corruption of this good guy into an like kind of an evil person like his father, kind of like a and that was the whole point of part 1 and part 2. Basically, his journal from beginning innocent soldier guy to now hardened Godfather. 3 was pointless. 3 was just trying to start a new series kind of thing. I mean, it was like a very pointless because the story was already told. The story of a corruption of a good man due to his family. You know what I mean? Like that's.
I think I could have been okay with it if they didn't have all the cousin love, but and like I don't know, they just it was a little too much. But there was this other lady. This was years back. This is like back to the communities and the Italian mafia and stuff. God, what's the New England guy's name? Raymond.
Whitey Bulger.
No.
My dad was just talking about today. Raymond.
Oh fuck.
Something like Splaka or oh my god.
Hold on.
I know who you're talking about.
He was
last name.
Boy.
Big. He was a tough dude.
Someone Google it.
Patriarcha. Okay.
There we go.
Patriarcha.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Patriarcha. His granddaughter allegedly was in these communities, and she hung out in the one of the mommy vlogger communities. She followed Melisandre's channel and Jazzy Life and a couple of these channels. And I found her because one of my friends that used to kind of make heels on the ground type videos that were edited and kind of made funny, she made because this lady just went the fuck off, and when she was mad at somebody, she was like, yeah, what? I'm come from the family that's in the mafia, fuck you. And she would never name her grandfather, but she shared pictures of him, and she looks just like him, right? But then she said some off the cuff shit one time, and she was like, I caught it and I screen recorded it and I posted it on my Twitter and I tagged Angel, and she was like, children that are, the children of, men that were in the mafia are protected by the government. And I was like, yeah, if they cooperate. Like, are you serious? Like, the Gottis, like, get fucking, like, profiled and trolled all the fucking time by law enforcement.
Yeah.
And so I tagged Angel in, and Angel was all pissed. And then that Mob Talk Radio guy was like, are you fucking serious? But then that lady, like, ended up, like, deleting her channel after that. She was, like, a doctor and shit, though. She was, like, I think she was a oncologist. And she really, really looked like him. I think, and, like, there's a picture of her, like, when she was a baby with him. And, like, I think it was really her grandpa, but she was just kind of like Gigante's daughter, just on some bullshit, kind of.
Yeah. Angel defends
And I
her
thought she was
family,
lying
but
about
she
being a
doesn't. She will.
doctor until she got doxxed. Someone doxxed her, and then, like, oh shit, she's really a doctor too. Like, but there's like the good old B Tim says, there's bad apples sometimes.
Angel's a sweetheart. She is such a
She really is. I like Angel. She's really cool.
She really is really cool.
Well, the government certainly wasn't protecting Al. They were after his ass ever since he came into power. I mean, really, since Johnny Torrio left him everything, the government was after him constantly. Seemed like immediately, because he was pinned for the murder of Willie McSwiggan, who was, was he in the running for mayor of Chicago, I believe. And that was in 1926, I believe. And that was immediately after a year after Al took power. And so, the government wasn't helping him. So, I think they have certain people or certain mobsters that, they favor more than others. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It happens in that life. It really does.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see the John Gotti III and Mayweather?
Yeah, that's how I met Angel. That's how I met Angel.
Oh, really?
They were breaking down the fight afterwards, and I'm like, she needed to screen share something, and she didn't. She it was a downloaded file, and you know what I mean. You have to do it a little bit differently. So I jumped up there to show her, and then I stayed up there to talk about the fight, and that's actually how I met her. It was like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, she's really nice.
Oh yeah.
But I was like watching it with my husband, and I noticed how John Jr. like up against like 40 motherfuckers.
Jumped up in that ring, right?
Like jumped up right in front of his son, like put his hand up, like, no, stop. Like totally peaceful, but like fearless as fuck. Yep. It was pretty cool.
He's like, you ain't gonna touch my son.
So, Cappy, you need to change your avatar. If you're going to talk about the mafia all the time, you need to change it.
Yeah,
Let me put my Cappy Capone hat on. Hold on.
Cappy Capone. This is the Cappy Capone moment.
Cappy Capone back in business.
All right.
It's really Al Capone's hat too. I edited it off Capone's head. I did.
Yeah, it's it's actually that mugshot of his is my favorite. He's so hot.
It's classic. Classic.
Yeah, I mean,
Uncle Capone out here like desecrating the name. You know what I mean? He needs to stop.
Exactly.
He needs to be taken care of. We have to tell the actual mafia about him. We got to be
just joking, guys.
Yeah,
obviously that's a show.
Yeah, totally.
This about Angel too, though. Like, I want to say something else about Angel before I jump off here because I got to do some shit. Like that guy that she's like, like going back and forth with and stuff. That fat bald guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like this motherfucker, along with other motherfuckers, have like 20 by 15 or like 30 by 15 or 30 by 20 poster size pictures of her father on their walls.
Yep.
Behind them. Like talking all this shit. And then one day, like, and like profiting off of like discussing the history of John Gotti and other men that are part of that organization. And then one day he just like comes off the cuff like obviously like they did bad things. Duh. Okay. Fucking duh. But his kids are not going to see him that way because he was a father to her. So like,
Oh,
What is
FPS
the
turned
need
on
to be
her.
so fucking disrespectful to her like
They
that?
were friends at first,
Yeah.
and then he just
Yeah, they
turned
were.
on her. He just turned on her, and then said all that awful shit, and that's when I was like, all right, it's a wrap.
He
He's
finally
20
removed the
minutes left,
picture,
by
and
the way.
didn't he sell it? I think he
I
sold
don't.
it.
He probably
Or they
did. He did
auctioned
take
it or something like that. They did something like that. They made a big deal of like the removal of it. But it was
He's at
really like whack
He's at
as fuck.
Sawgrass Mall right now, Cappy. 25 minutes for me. He didn't tell anybody.
Nuh-uh.
He uploaded a video saying, "Hey, you tough guy, come see me at Sawgrass Mills Mall." And I'm
Oh no,
like, all
this
right.
fool is a trash bag. He literally talks about Frankie Gotti, who was
Oh,
hit
God.
by a car when he was like 12 and is deceased. And
That's
he talks
Angel's
bad
brother.
about him. He talks bad about Mrs. Gotti, Angel's mom. Like, just a real shitbag. Like a real shitbag. Like, I don't even want to repeat the things he said. They're so bad.
It's
like
horrible.
so horrible.
We think bad things get said
So-
over here, right? What came out of his mouth, you guys from your
Oh
mouth.
yeah, that fool has like no boundaries at all. I lurk in the bushes over at Angels like all the time. Like I chat every once in a while, like once in a blue moon, like when Victoria came on the panel to get interviewed, or it wasn't like an interview, but she had her sister on panel.
Yeah.
I chatted a little bit.
Have you seen me on there?
Yes, I have. Hold on one second.
And Nunya.
Hey, good Nunya. Where did Independent Thinker go? She's still in here? Little bitty, you better bring your ass back in here. Where's she at?
We still love you.
Yeah.
I know, I was just saying, we still love you, Biddy. Where you at?
Anyway, man, I'm gonna skedaddle.
I know, I think I'm a skedaddle too. I've been on here like for almost 5 hours and I got shit I got to do. It's Friday.
Yeah, I do
And-
too.
We got boys tonight on Blunt Bees.
Okay, I didn't hear
and
that.
I got a shout.
I didn't hear that.
And I mean, I got
What would you say?
and I got a shout. And Queen, you saw me. When I camped up, I literally was in my postal uniform, so I got a shower. I'm tired.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Don't go postal
Alright.
on us.
Yeah.
Have a good night, girl.
Shambles, you have a good Friday, baby doll, and you guys have a good Friday night. And
You
I
too,
appreciate
you guys.
Thank you
Bye,
for hanging
guys.
out.
Love y'all. Bye.
And yeah, and I just wanted to say thank you to just for like letting me up, understanding, not making assumptions, and letting me clear my name, so to speak.
Yeah, no problem. You know that, babe. You're always welcome anytime.
Cool. We
Oh,
we
cool.
repping
All right,
we
guys,
repping
I'll
the
pop off.
Capone name. We're
That's
not
right.
letting people piss on that name, girl.
Yes.
Right.
Hell yeah. And then speaking of mugshots, there's Al mugshots. There's when he was arrested in Philly in 1929.
Yeah.
His mugshot. He's got some 5 o'clock shadow and sexy.
I'll have to check that
Sexy.
out. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Love y'all.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Bye, guys.
We'll see you later. We got a heck of a storm coming, and it's
Oh, you
hailing,
do?
hailing close to us. So
Ooh, that's not good.
we're about to have a hell of a fucking storm rolling in, anyways. So
Yeah, I was telling you before, Blunt Bees we're doing the the
I
voice.
was asking. I was like, "Who the fuck you plugging over here? Better be one of my friends. Better be one of our buddies."
Yeah,
Blunt Bees said he's having another boys' night tonight, Friday night boys' night.
Yeah, same thing as last time. Anybody go hang out and chill, whatnot. But yeah, we're gonna do it tonight. I think it's already set.
All right, cool, man. I appreciate you
Awesome.
letting us know.
Yep, I'll see you later,
We'll holler
Queen.
at you, bub. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Later, man. And you guys have a good night, a good Friday night, good weekend. Thank you all to everybody who donated to my PayPal. I know somebody was trying to be a little bitch. Didn't work. Sorry for you. Happy Friday, though. Y'all have a good weekend. I'll catch back up with you later or tomorrow. Y'all know that. I'll talk to y'all later.